start the recording. Bing. Okay, cool. Let's
Episode
go.
120.
Yeah, we're on episode 120 of podcast with the
I thought
Goob
it was
Squad.
190.
I think y'all missed that I made the mistake of saying 190 for some reason. I don't know why that came up into my head, but anyways, so what do we got here today? We got, I'll do the rundown, some of the things that we didn't get a chance to talk about. I think last time was, let's stop at, where did we start? ChatGPT? Something like that. Yeah. There's a potential topic about tech advancing, yet finding ways to be less convenient. The video best illustrates the redundancy. Where it's a video of Hassan. There's this like TikTok video of him talking about how complex one simple thing would be. One would be like, oh, yay, great, QR codes for menu. Sounds convenient, but now I have to navigate through all this, the website and all this other stuff. And I can't give you any tipping because I never was serviced by a person at any time during the menu process. So I service myself. And then there's like other things too. Is like, oh, now I have to contact and direct message people that are, not just the email. Now it's like, you got Facebook, Instagram, you got all Twitter, and just there's even some other ones I've never heard of. I can't even remember what he said, but there's like a bunch of other ones out there, so that's crazy. Last of Us Part 1, the PC release, is just being destroyed in reviews just because it's like the port is just so hilariously bad.
Oh yeah, nothing will gather the pure hatred of humanity like a bad PC port,
Yeah. And then there's
or even a mediocre PC port.
Right, yeah. And then there's a Diablo 4, got some like reviews and stuff like that a lot of people are like, on the fence of course, because ever since the previous Diablo had all the backlash with the marketplace stuff, and of course, Blizzard's reputation is really just tore it up quite a bit. So like Diablo Immortal is like the perfect, like, I don't know if this, are they gonna do this again, like try and really like gouge us for the for every content you can get from it. Then there's we got official teaser of Extraction 2. Haha. He's back. He's not dead. Spoiler alert.
Punching people with a flaming arm and such. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Then there's the trailer for the Secret Invasion, trailer for the Marvels. Oh, wait, sorry. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. And then we could talk about, let's see, was it the Mandalorian third season ratings are way down, and why? There's a Blue Beetle trailer, has the actor that played in, what was it, Cobra
Miguel.
Kai series?
Yeah, it's Miguel from Cobra Kai.
Yeah, so he's in there. He's playing the main character. Good for him. There's a teaser for season 2 of The Bear. And now we're going on to more recent stuff. There's a live-action Moana. Yay.
With The Rock, because of course.
Of course,
You're right,
yes.
yeah.
And a live-action Lilo and Stitch.
Really?
So,
Yeah.
yay,
Yeah.
2 Hawaiian Disney features are getting live action, and
Wow.
Blaine gets
Fantastic.
to play Maui again, I think. So whatever.
Yeah.
My guess is they probably just really wanna, they really want people to know about their Disney Hawaii resort.
Yeah.
Damn,
Yeah.
We have a pretty ritzy one.
There you go. That's what we went there for.
Yeah. Product placement.
Hey, product placement. Ooh. Ew. Okay, so what we got here? Oh yeah, and then there is some major updates. God of War, New Game Plus.
Huh. Interesting.
What the hell? Oh. I'm getting, like, my computer... Oh, no. Did it, Did he get a virus? That's what I get for downloading, all kinds of prawn. No, I'm kidding. Oh, no.
At least you know all the sexy singles in your area now.
Right. Yeah, that's great. It must be from the... What? I couldn't be downloading Blender. Could it be? I certainly hope not. Because I was using Blender, Krita. I mean, that's just a photo editing program. Okay, well, there's that. Let's see. Potential, imagine a... Oh, yeah, so... I was thinking, like, a potential topic is, like, what if that, like, you have AI programmed in a way where it can help censor things, even on streams and stuff like that? So, like, for instance, it's a good segue for this situation. It's like, what if I didn't want that to show up on my screen? That would have been great, right? I would have, like, an AI almost protecting my stream from having some, like, wacky website pop up. And then... There is also the then there's the Unreal editor, which I'm re-downloading, like the Unreal Engine on here, and also I'm downloading Blender so that I could see if I could mess around with some of the UEFM from last time that we were talking about it. And then they got like a more like, I think the things that I saw were just like trailers and stuff like that had to do with Unreal Editor with Fortnite. But they actually had like a full recording of like the entire just the presentation that they had. And then there is and then they got new Indiana Jones is coming out. Then they got Ahsoka Tano teasers coming out, and then I think recently they also had a whole Star Wars like announcements, right?
Yeah, it was Star Wars celebration. So
they had a bunch of stuff. Yeah. Andor's getting season 2. There's also Rey. The character Rey is coming back. And there's like 3 movies.
Her own movie where she's a master now. Great. We need more of her.
Yeah,
I do actually want to see more. I do like Daisy Riddles. Daisy Ridley.
I like Daisy Ridley. I like the actor. I like all the actors, but the characters are terrible.
Right. Yeah, like there's just another thing too. Is like, would it do justice for Finn's character by coming back to it?
Yeah, I mean, he already said he's done. Like Boyega said, like he was fucking done with Star Wars.
Right.
So.
Yeah, he would have to be constantly stuck going back into it. Oh man, I don't know. Like that's a hard call. I don't know if it's just gonna be.
Why? Why are they doing this? Like, hey, you know how the sequel trilogy wasn't really well received? Hey, let's double down on that. Like, let's give them more. It's like, come on, like, what the fuck?
That's funny.
Devil's advocate here. I mean, it could be a moment for them to redeem the whole thing. To take it in. I mean,
just do something else. Like, you've already had 3 movies with these fucking boring characters, like, with a terrible story. Like, just make something else. Like, why make us like want to like this character, like, again for the 4th time, instead of just doing something else? And I know, again, it's like. It's a fucking, it's pretty much a rhetorical question. Where a lot of people think it's going to be Heir to the Empire, and we're going to get young Luke again, and young Leia, and young Han, and I'm like, are they just going to, I mean, they're just going to deep fake them again forever? Like, for an entire movie? Like, I don't want to watch that shit. God forbid we should ever get anything new from the franchise.
Right. I know, yeah.
It's just pathetic, man.
I think that there's only one of the 3 movies that they're going to be using where they're exploring the Dawn of the Jedi.
Yeah.
The Dawn of the Jedi Order, in itself, which is I think it's interesting. I mean, from a story progression, it makes sense, to have one that is about the, the beginning of the Jedi, and the other one where the Jedi go after the events of the Rise of the Skywalker.
She's fucking barely a Jedi. She doesn't even have any training. She
To
got
be
trained
fair-
by Luke for 5 fucking seconds.
And then-
Right.
No, but then
How's
she
she
got
gonna
trained.
train someone else?
But
Let
then she
alone a
got
whole
trained
new
by-
order.
But then she got trained by what's her face? By Leia, who was apparently a
Oh, right.
full-on Jedi this
right.
whole time.
Okay, right. Yeah.
Hey, we
looks
saw the
way
montage.
Yeah, we saw the montage.
God.
And to be clear, Luke didn't have that much more training, when we last left off.
That's true. He didn't have much, but he did, he had those 2 weeks with Yoda, and he had like the 5 years between Empire and Return by himself. Like where he was like learning all the shit. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still thin, but like it's better than this.
With a montage, yeah.
I think marginally so, because there isn't that much of a there is a span of like a couple of years, right, between the events of
It's supposed to be like 15 years.
no
but
between the events of
Don't know.
That's so funny. But like my point is that like a lot of these newer Jedi's, they have an issue of like not being very well trained ever since Darth Vader, and all of a sudden just like being like mastered at them.
I mean,
Eh.
not really. I mean, it's like Luke and it's Rey. It's there. I mean, there's like Kylo Ren was trained, and like all the other Jedi around Vader were trained, and Vader himself was like, we didn't see a lot of his training, but he did put in like decades of work. Like, I don't know. I don't know. It's just the same old shit with Star Wars. It's just the same bullshit. They're just shoveling it back and forth. I don't.
There's
Star
also
Wars
could
is
be
it's fucking trash. It's trash now. I'm sorry, but it is.
there's no
a
other
joke.
lore that was actually placed into it to like, how like in the books there's books and stuff like that. There's like things
Sure.
that explain the in between parts to it. But there really isn't with Rey, not that I know of, unless anybody else
I
can tell
mean,
me different.
I'm sure they probably will do that. Like around the movie, they'll be like, "Hey, read these new comics and these new books that explain the time between Rise of Skywalker and this." Like,
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure that there will be at some point.
it's all about franchising and not about the story or quality.
Oh yeah, for sure. They don't want to do that. Let's see. What else is there? Let's see. I just saw the show Beef. Let's see.
Good
Oh,
show.
and also D can go off on his Mario Brothers review on what he
Yeah.
felt. Yeah, and then there's let's see. There was like Destiny 2 Steam charts are on the 75K concurrent, and somehow Halo Infinite is 6 to 7K, but that also doesn't include the fact that maybe most of the people are still playing it on the Xbox. So that's interesting to like highlight some of the free-to-play games. That's another potential topic. Like a lot of other free-to-play games are starting to quote-unquote die off. And maybe at some point are we changing just the way we think about free-to-play and how it should be done? It's not sustainable for them to constantly make games like constantly ongoing update, it's too expensive to do it that way, whereas like the little lulls between it should be a natural occurrence. At least that's my opinion on that. Then there's Star Wars Visions. That's one of the announced stuff that they're gonna have, which is basically a second season of it with different animators and stuff like that all around the world, all different animated or animation studios making their own story. So that's interesting. So,
Mm.
boom, boom.
So we have a full show for you guys tonight. Stick around
I
after
mean,
these
Artman
messages.
Studio, I just want to see their short because they did Wallace and Gromit and Fleshed Away.
Yeah.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
and also the Pirates.
So yeah. Anything new news stuff that isn't already posted that anybody happens to know about? Mm.
Super Famicom. After the Famicom, so hard to say. Like 6 years does seem like a time to start changing the guard since Super NES came out in Japan like what 1990.
I mean, do you think it will actually be a new Switch, or will it just be a new console entirely?
I don't think they're going to abandon the hybrid format. It's way too convenient to. It's way too convenient not to abandon it, basically, because
Mm.
um, one, you have the handheld market, which they like to maintain, and having one SKU where they don't necessarily have to sacrifice quality on one end to compromise for another. I think that's something they can continue doing. And mobile hardware has been getting better by the year. So
Hmm.
we've come a long way from the Game Boy Advance ARM hardware, where we're starting to see stuff that may be. I mean, they're throwing this stuff in Chromebooks and stuff. So
Right.
if it's competent enough to run as a desktop, and we're cutting the performance gap um, every 3 years or so, then yeah, I'm fairly certain that whatever they can get that's going to replace hardware in the current Switch is going to be good enough.
Right.
It's not going to be more powerful than the competition, but I would say fairly it's fair to say that they're going to have an easier time porting between systems on new hardware.
I mean, especially now that there's things like the Steam Deck and other similar handhelds that are trying to do the whole oh, you have a portable PC in your hands. I'm sure that they kind of work towards making mobile chips, um, play console games that are much more up to date, and will probably be you know something that will benefit Nintendo somewhere down the line to to make their console you know slightly more up to par. I mean,
I mean, it's been the case for like decades now, though,
yeah.
where they don't do it. Like,
It's hard. Yeah, it's just really hard to say with Nintendo, right? Because like I mean, as any corporation, they're going to go for anything like that feeds the bottom line, the best, and that's going to be the thing that they can get, the cheapest thing that they can get away with. Um, which is why it's kind of hard to envision them like even doing a whole new console rather than just like a refresh of the Switch, because they have a whole ecosystem for like for the Switch and for like all the purchases, and like what happens to all the people who have a Switch right now and like that want to make a well pardon, no pun intended, to switch to a new console? Like, do we lose our entire libraries?
I mean, that happens every Nintendo generation. We lose our libraries and we have to buy it again. Again, people have bought like Mario a million times because they don't make it readily available on everything. Like that's the thing. It's like I feel like it's speaking from like a logical company standpoint, and not that Nintendo isn't logical, but they do make a lot of illogical choices that a lot of people are like, why would you do that? Like it seems counterproductive to do that.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I'm saying. Like there's less momentum definitely to like making a whole new ecosystem rather than just like making a beefed up Switch that they can that they can sell where like people can just have that continuation.
I mean, I'm just thinking that the most unlikely scenario is just going back to a traditional like plug and don't take with you console, because the whole idea of the hybrid form factor is that it was something you could use on your TV, and if the family was taking that over, you could take the system with you and then just keep on playing. And
I think it's
for them to abandon that. I mean, I'm not saying they wouldn't abandon it, but I'm just saying it's not very logical for them to say hybrid was just a phase and go back to traditional. I'm just going to say brick and mortar, even though it's not really brick and mortar, but brick and mortar console where it's like, hey, we have like full hardware like the GameCube begins. Like, okay, but they're kind of slashing your user base because of the lack of flexibility.
Yeah. Like I think that at this point, since they've consolidated both their console, their stay-at-home console and mobile, markets, they're definitely not going to like split them off. Especially because they're like their stay-at-home console, markets they just cannot grab the same. They can't grab the same market power as like Sony or even Xbox at this point. So I think it's definitely the mobility that makes them competitive with the other two. Without that,
it's kind of like with smartphones and tablets. Most of the not all the hardware is the same, but most of the hardware has similarities between each other, and there's less of a generational gap between what's going to run a version of Android or so. Like, yeah, there's going to be a hard limit on what version of Android you could probably upgrade your device to, or what kind of system requirements you might need. But there's, in terms of apps, a lot of apps have some wide compatibility between different mobile devices, and I think that's an ecosystem that the whole Nintendo NX idea was probably founded on, where everything has a similar OS, and that's the development environment they're going to be working with. So we're probably going to be seeing a similar OS on the next Nintendo system that's not too different from what we've seen on the Switch. And even though the hardware is going to be way different, and they probably might have different development and environments and whatnot, I think that there will be at least some level of compatibility, maybe even forward compatibility. Though
that'd be cool.
That would be weird, playing a game that's made for your next generation Switch and it just like lags or it probably crashes your Switch or something. I don't know. I'm just seeing it as a mobile device, or what Game Boy Color was to Game Boy, or what Game Boy Advance was to Game Boy Color. That kind of cross compatibility. But again, it's all speculation at this point.
Yeah, it's at this point where we're like we would be seeing them like see kind of the transition with the sequence of the Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild with Tears of the Kingdom, right? Where they'd be like, oh, this is the Swan Song, and we're gonna make them cross generation.
Or someone data mines the game and finds there's some strange data that's not being accessed by the Switch, going like, what's this? Why are there two form factors being mentioned here?
Right. Why are there 4K textures and RTX support?
Like, what? ELSS mode on. What's this in the data mine?
Yeah. Actually, the one reason why they wouldn't be 4K textures is because they just take up so much space, so much memory space.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that makes their games like 10, 12, 15 gigabytes. The fact that they don't have to like code in all those giant texture files.
Jeez, yeah, that's
Or
true.
a bunch of Unreal editors.
Well, at the same time, just because you don't get that high quality stuff doesn't make the game any better necessarily.
Yeah, no, that for sure.
Sure, it would be kind of nice if they tried to be competitive, though.
Right?
Just because I think they could murder if they did. If they actually like, okay, we're gonna have like the same level of art and gameplay mechanics we have now, but then not even necessarily mean all their games, but like maybe have a big heavy hitter like a new Mario or a new Zelda or something where it was like, oh, and we have like really high graphical fidelity, and it has like that would be cool. Like I would like to see them do that eventually. I don't know that they ever will, but.
Yeah. Yeah. There's like, there's like, there are things that they can do where it's like, it basic. Okay, so there's like a pipeline that it essentially has to change whenever you have to deal with like performance issues because sometimes creating the artwork doesn't translate well to like when you actually have to have the game function. Mainly because like you have issues where you don't have it set in a way where the graphic is like functioning or the graphic is loading when the player doesn't see it. So that's like an efficiency thing. And then at that point, it's like you can also say that they put too much detail in something that nets you nothing in terms of when it comes to affecting the gameplay. So I think it's not the art necessarily the issue. It's more like the awareness of it while you're making the art because it's a different nature when it comes to an artist just having free range when they get to do anything they want um, and without limits and then they get trapped in this situation where they're overdoing it. Like it turns out like that texture that you were spent so long on to make it super like beautiful was like unimportant in the grand scheme of things. Or did we really need to animate XYZ NPC character? You only see that person like for 2 seconds or something like that, Um, yeah.
The masterpiece that it was without the ball shrinking. I never saw that, by the way. I never, mainly because I'm not looking at a horse's back and being like, oh, can I look at its testicles? Because that makes you weird.
Yeah, I mean, you have to really look for it. That's the thing, and like, I don't know. There's so many other better things to do in that game than just like go up to an icy peak and then.
Oh my god. Well, anyways, how do you guys want to do? Do you want to just go with your Mario review now? I'm sure it's fresh in your mind. We don't want to like spend more time on other potential things that might run into it. I didn't get it. I did not. Uh, spoil. I don't. I don't care. Yeah, personally, I don't care about the spoilers. Just I'll throw that out there. Sure, sure. Okay. Nice. Got it. Say that. Right. Yeah, yeah. I was with you on that. I was positive and that would have happened.
Excuse me.
In
Makes sense.
addition to playing Mario's father, he also plays a version of Mario. So
Oh,
in
okay.
the universe, they don't have the Donkey Kong arcade. Instead, it's called Jumpman.
Hmm.
Right.
And
Hey.
on the artwork for Donkey Kong, uh, you may or may not see artwork of Mario that doesn't look standard like we know him today, where he looks like something off of a pizza box. They took that design and made it a separate character from
Hmm.
Mario, and
Hmm.
that guy's named Giuseppe Jumpman.
Hmm.
And it looks so it looks so standardized for
Huh.
Illumination more than it does Mario, Nintendo and Mario. But yeah, another detail is that apparently Nintendo took some deep cut material that they didn't release to the public and gave that to Illumination to work with. So they actually did have designs by Luigi Kotabe, who did the standard Mario illustrations as we know from the NES and Super NES era. He's a former Toei animation animator, so
Hmm.
he does have a few things under his belt, um, like Alakazam the Great, which is take on the Monkey King, and I think you can
Hmm.
find that on YouTube. But that's one of the things he worked on that's pretty notable, and just just pretty much saying like he had a bunch of unfinished sketches of what Mario's family might look like, random people around Brooklyn, New York. So they're going back to that whole Mario is from Brooklyn, New York, along with Luigi. And
Hmm.
Chris Pratt, the more you hear him, the more he kind of makes sense as Mario, because he's supposed to depict a younger version of Mario that's like
Hmm.
barely in his mid 20s and he's just trying to set off on his own. Um, and trying to start his own business with the Mario Brothers plumbing thing, just like the 1993 movie.
Hmm.
Um, Similar to that, they don't have a lot of clients. Their business is just trying to get off the floor, and they used to work with this guy Spike, who is from a classic black box Nintendo game called Wrecking Crew. And both Mario and Luigi are playable on that game. It's kind of a puzzle platformer. They updated Spike's design, but it's not too far removed from any of his other designs. Like he how do I put it? He's kind of like Bluto from Popeye.
Oh.
And the guy who created Foreman Spike was also the creator of Wario. So you may or may not see that parallel in him. But if you're looking for something to fill the Wario hole for that movie, Foreman Spike's your best bet. But um, you see him in the opening; he kind of nags Mario and Luigi because their commercial plays on the TV. It's like the first opening act, and yeah, they play the song from the cartoon, and so yeah, that commercial that you probably see, yeah, that's there. Um,
Hmm.
but Mario is already athletic, so he can do all these crazy parkour tricks around the city of New York, around Brooklyn, and he when they get their first job, the car breaks down and they can't get there. And Mario's like, "Oh, we'll get there," and it does this whole thing at a side view angle where they start rushing through the block, and it looks like a 2D Mario game where they're just running and Mario's just
Hmm.
doing all this crazy
Oh, that's
shit, and
funny.
Luigi's just trailing behind. And if there's gates, he opens them up for Luigi. It's such a clever scene. Um,
Nice.
and they get there. Their first job is almost successful, but something happens and kind of ruins the whole thing. Things aren't pretty, and you get to see Mario's family. They're going home. They saw their commercial and they start razzing them for the whole commercial because they did these cheesy Italian accents. They were kind of like the games for their commercial. So, what you call it? You get that deep wound with Mario, where
Hmm.
his establishing point is he just never gives up. He wants to show his dad that he's worth something, and his dad kind of nags him, like, "You shouldn't have quit your job, son." And Mario just goes into his room and sulks, and Luigi tries to cheer him up. Uh, the title is not misappropriately named because Mario is willing to do a lot of things for his brother. Like it tries to establish the brothers' bond is the fundamental drive behind Mario being as motivated as he is. And that has payoff at the end. I won't say why, but
Hmm.
I will say that Luigi doesn't spend his whole time being captured, but he is effectively the the character in distress.
Hmm.
Mm.
But they do try to show like there's a bit more history behind Luigi's cowardice, and they show that he you might see a lot of internet jokes where they're like, oh yeah, Mario abuses Luigi and Luigi is just the doormat, but no, it shows that they really do care for each other and that Luigi's very grateful for Mario standing up for him and everything, but he thinks he can do more than just being the one Mario has to rescue.
Mm.
Hmm.
So, in and again, this is a 92-minute movie. Not a lot of things have a lot of time to sit and bake, and
Right.
I do have some problems with it. Uh, just so you know, Rotten Tomatoes review, I understand why the ratings for the critic score is the way it is. They have a point to, they have somewhat of a point where they're talking about, oh, there's not enough story, or that they don't let things kind of sit. It feels like they could just be a little minute longer explaining some things.
Hmm.
But it feels, on the other hand, it also feels like if you are not a fan of Mario, or if you're not even familiar with how stuff works, most of their complaints are like, why do the blocks create the items and the power ups? Like,
What?
okay,
Oh,
Oh my
like
yeah,
god.
that's like
like
asking how can Superman fly? It's like, look,
Right.
the
Right.
parts where you're supposed to turn off your brain are the parts they have the most problems with.
right.
It's not really like
So
this
dumb.
is a flawed product, but it's camp type of deal. It's
Right.
more like if you're unfamiliar with the concepts of Mario, you're probably not going to have a good time. And I can
Right.
Hmm.
understand that because even if you weren't familiar with Mario watching the 1993 movie, you didn't necessarily have to play the games to get stuff because it kind of had
No.
its own narrative and you could just follow along for it. But what it wasn't was a good adaptation. It was still a
No.
movie you could watch without playing Mario games to understand what's going on.
Right.
Um, but here in the Mario Brothers movie by Illumination, and by the way, you will be seeing a lot of Nintendo staff in the credits. Miyamoto appears as director. That's the
Oh.
first opening credit you see is Shigeru Miyamoto. So they are not trying to hide that shit. And in the
Hmm.
ending credits, they start talking about other Nintendo staff that worked on it, like Shigehise Nakue, who is the current illustrator for Mario stuff today. So
Hmm.
he's pretty much been taking over for Yoichi Kotabe since like I want to say like the Wii era. He started kind of later, but you do see his work for stuff like Mario Kart or Super Mario 3D World. He's just the basic current Mario illustrator is just what I'm getting at, and he did
Mm.
have a part on the movie. Not a part on the movie, but like a part in production, like
Yeah.
crew. So yeah, there's that. Um, Bowser seals the show.
Mm.
Jack Black, huh?
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because of Jack Black. It's like
Hmm.
my
That
sister was
makes
talking
sense.
about how she liked the song Peaches, and she was just like,
Yeah, you can
yeah,
see that on YouTube, by the way. They have the
yeah,
whole
it's
thing. It's
on
like a
YouTube. It's been
Yeah.
a hit on iTunes. People
yeah,
really do love that
really
song.
enjoy it. Yep.
That's really cool. That's always
And
interesting how, like, the person who always, plays the antagonist always ends up, having the freedom to, like, steal the show
Have the
versus
fun.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
So
With,
Jack
with
Black actually said that he wants to see Wario.
Yeah.
If he
Yeah,
had
he
a wish
said
list,
that,
he wants to
He
see
said
Oh
Wario.
yeah,
Pedro
you talk about how you
Pascal.
want
He
to get
wants.
Pedro Pascal
Yeah.
to play Wario.
I
Yeah.
definitely would love to see that.
It's weird. It's funny.
Wait. So what? So you said Luigi is like the main character in distress. What is Peach's role in the movie?
Oh yeah, so people have been complaining about Peach, but if you only watch Peach in the trailers, you kind of think she's supposed to be the girl boss who can do everything and do it all.
Hmm.
Watch the movie; it's a different story.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
Peach isn't the one in distress, but she
Right.
does. So she doesn't get kidnapped; she surrenders.
Hmm.
That's what ends up happening with her.
That's cool.
But she knows she can't do it all. She's capable, but she knows she needs
Limit.
aid
Yeah.
from the Donkey Kong country so they can fight
Right.
alongside her.
Hmm.
She doesn't
Oh,
force her
okay. Got
kids
it.
to fight in battle if they don't want to. She gives them a choice to leave.
Hmm.
Um,
Mm,
she doesn't even belittle little Mario either. She's like he can do more than him when he first enters the Mushroom Kingdom, but he
she's not the doing.
wins her
I'm a
over with
girl. I do better than you.
exactly. She
Yeah.
Right.
like when they first meet, she body slams him because she doesn't like he's just running into the castle unannounced and trying to ask for her help, and then she just judo flips him, and then but that's the most hostility Peach gives Mario. After a
Right.
while, she hears him out. They're like, okay, they start hitting it off pretty well, and they start butting over Mario's training sessions. So she's not
Hmm.
she understands enough to like support Mario. Even
Right.
Mario's fatal flaw, which is that he refuses to give up, she praises him for that, whereas his dad kind of thought it was a
Right. Was a
problem
bad
with him.
thing. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
It was
like
like
Mario's like,
error
oh,
in
you're
character.
the first person who ever told me that. It's like, all right, yeah.
Yeah,
And
you're the
then
first person that encouraged me. Right. Nice.
exactly.
Interesting.
That's cool. She sounds
That's good.
balanced, which
Yeah.
is good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she is way more balanced. And yeah, she does take a lot more action than she generally does in games where you
I mean,
don't play as her.
that was definitely a
But
concern of mine's, because like based on the trailers, I was like, okay, then why do you need Mario if you're so badass? Like, why do we?
exactly.
Right? Yeah. So,
It's like
all
I
right,
can do it
that's good to
all.
hear.
Well, you can do enough, but it's like I still need help and I still
Right.
need support.
Yeah.
So
Good. It makes them like a team rather than one person is the Goku and then everybody else is just kind of around.
Right.
exactly.
Okay. Go on.
And,
Go on. Sorry.
oh no, it's fine. So yeah, she isn't like she isn't abrasive. That's the whole thing. She's
Right.
still a person who's written by actual people and possibly wrangled in place by the crew to make sure she didn't overtake the plot. But yeah, she wasn't taking over Luigi's spot. She serves as Mario's mentor. That's the whole thing.
Mm-mm-mm.
Cool.
So
Okay.
yeah, I mean, again, if people still have shitty things to say about how Peach is handled in the movie, I get it, but you're being misled. If you watch the movie, it's a completely different story from that.
Mm.
Right.
But it works out, and they have some more twists about the origins of Mario characters. Uh, it, I'll just say that they have flashback scenes where you not only get to see baby Mario and baby Luigi, but
Oh, that's
also
funny.
baby Peach, and they all have and there's different reasons for why they do that, but yeah, I'll just leave it at that. But
Mm.
the one thing I will say, because people say that oh, Chris Pratt's got to be the worst thing because it's not Charles Martinet playing the role, and they had all these foreign dubs in Europe where they have a Martinet sounding Mario for their version. So why can't we have that? Release the Mario pets. Like Chris Pratt actually still does a fair job as Mario. The one voice that I didn't like in the cast, and I really don't mind this guy otherwise and as a comedian and stuff, but it's just I don't like Cranky Kong's voice.
Who's
Mm.
playing it?
Who
again?
played Cranky Kong?
Cranky Kong is played by Fred Armisen.
Oh.
And I
Ah.
heard him on other things. Like I heard him as Abe Lincoln and Aqua Teen Hunger Force and stuff. Like he's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
But I just don't like his cranky. It feels like they could have had someone with more rasp to it. Like
Mm.
I don't know. It just it felt so plain. Like how do I put this? Cranky Kong doesn't give me the impression that this is an old crotchety gorilla. It sounds like it's a
Mm.
middle-aged guy waiting in line at the deli.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that is kind
I
of
think-
how Fred Armisen sounds.
That's exactly
Yeah.
that's exactly what he looks like. Too.
Yeah,
Cranky Kong, make sure you get me a sandwich.
That's funny.
Bananas Donkey Kong. It's like, okay,
Interesting.
okay, Frankie. Seth Rogen is good as Donkey Kong, but again, Donkey Kong's not a character I expect to hear speak a lot.
Hmm.
So it's he does his job well, even if it's just it's just Seth Rogen. It's like okay, fine, but the fight he has with Mario to prove himself, so we can get the Kong Army. That's actually not a bad scene. It might make you think Smash Brothers, or it might make you think
okay.
classic Donkey Kong, because
Nice.
all the girders and stuff.
Ah.
Mario eventually, they were right to put the power ups in just so Mario can have a chance. But man, if you recognize some power ups, it just makes it seem all the more funnier in some bits. So
I see. Okay.
I don't want to spoil what power ups show up in that scene. It's
Okay.
something people should check out for themselves. But
So aside from the Cranky Kong thing, like, did you have what were you, like, any major criticisms of the movie?
I know people like the Mario Kart stuff. I just wish there wasn't. I feel like there should have been more jumping and more action, and the Mario Kart stuff seems to take over a lot of the movie.
Oh, really?
That's the part that I really didn't care for.
Yeah.
Like they just wanted to add some Mario Kart stuff because they had they wanted to have, and if you've seen some of the trailers and you've seen some of Bowser's Troops, you'll see there's one blue shell Koopa, which is not the Mario Kart only thing. Blue shell Koopas were in other games like New Super Mario Brothers and Super Mario World.
But the blue shell is like the most iconic item in Mario Kart at this point.
Yeah, they build up for that scene. So yeah, there's a blue shell being used on the Mario Kart track, and Rainbow Road is in the Mushroom Kingdom, and it's a shortcut to Bowser's Castle, just like taking the Star Road path in Super Mario World. If you knew that thing where you just go to the Star Road path.
I'm glad Nintendo is highlighting the very niche, game of Mario Kart. Nobody ever plays that game ever.
Oh yeah, I mean, 30 million nothing.
Yeah.
30 million copies of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
Underrated.
That's funny.
Cult classic,
So did they have more hints of the?
Mario Kart scene isn't well thought out. I'm just saying, I just wanted to see more Mario jumping and do some platforming stuff.
Yeah.
Which is what he's known for. I mean, but that's what what attracts you to the original franchise to begin with.
Yeah, Jumpman.
It does.
Yeah.
I mean, people will enjoy the part with the Kong Village if they're a Donkey Kong Country fan. So they do show Diddy Kong in the movie.
Oh.
They changed it where Donkey Kong is no longer Cranky Kong's grandson. He's just straight up Cranky Kong's son. And it's justified because Cranky does look way younger than he usually does now. So,
I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense if it's like at the beginning of like all their careers, right?
Yeah. And Mario and Donkey Kong. So I forgot to mention. So when Mario first arrives in the Mushroom Kingdom, he does meet a Toad, and it's likely implied this Toad is supposed to be the same character that we see in the Mario. Was a plan for the 1993 Mario movie, by the way, and he clings onto Mario like a friend, like he wants to be Mario's friend, and he has the most. He's not obnoxious, but Keegan Michael Key does a good job as playing Toad, and he just sticks to Mario like glue. Like he wants to help him and go on his first adventure.
Right.
The thing is, it feels like it builds up for Mario to be annoyed by Toad, like the kind of annoyed in an animated children's film where you're expecting the third act breakup and then he just calls out
Mm.
Toad on being annoying. That doesn't happen.
Hmm.
Um, Someone at Nintendo probably wanted to keep Toad on his cloud, but he doesn't have like any tension with Toad that builds up or just like flips out. Instead, the third act breakup moment is just when Mario has to team up with Donkey Kong and they get stuck in the belly of an eel, which
Hmm.
might have been from Mario Sunshine or might have been from Mario 64. They keep
Yeah.
updating eel designs, but they're stuck in the belly of an eel, and they have their moment where they complain about each other, and then they complain about their flaws, and they both have a common flaw together. And then they're like, oh, so we're butting over that. They find their way out, and then they end up being buddy buddy. But that
Hmm.
Donkey Kong seems to be the proxy for Toad getting that third act breakup moment is what I'm getting at. So
Hmm.
uh, Toad just gets to keep on doing what he does. Actually, at one point, Toad acts as Mario's wingman when Donkey Kong calls him out for trying to flirt with Peach.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah.
Question: Donkey Kong just lives in the Mario. I mean, in the Mushroom Kingdom. Like he's just part of their
In
kingdom, or does he come from a different
kingdom,
kingdom?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I haven't seen Hair or Hide of Kremlins or the Tiki things or whatever those pirates were from Tropical Freeze. I'm
Mm.
just seeing a
I
jungle kingdom with Mario blocks in it and the girders from Donkey Kong.
I was wondering if at some point, Mario will be. I mean, the Nintendo will be tempted to like establish a whole multiverse. And eventually, just gather everybody like Infinity War style in a Smash
Yeah.
Brothers movie.
Yeah. I
I'm
wouldn't be surprised.
expecting there to be a Donkey Kong spinoff because I think by the time they do a second Mario movie, they probably don't have to lean too much into Donkey Kong anymore.
Hmm.
But there's a good chance Miyamoto really likes Donkey Kong and Mario being friends in the movies, so we might be seeing more of them.
Hmm. Cool. Cool. I mean, I would be up for a Donkey Kong movie.
I do too. I want to see how they handle characters like Diddy and possibly Chunky Kong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
They
see, I mean,
so
what
I'm
else
assuming they
is
didn't
there?
show up. That was actually my other question was that was was there any more of the different Kongs you were meeting? But I guess
Oh
not.
yes, it's freeze frame moment city in the Donkey Kong country.
Ah, okay.
If you're just looking at the battle between Mario and Donkey Kong, there's moments where I'm sure there may be familiar faces like Swanky Kong from Donkey Kong Country
Uh,
2 or
Dixie
maybe
Kong.
some Kongs from 64. I don't remember if I saw Chunky,
Hmm.
but I'm sure you could probably find them
Right.
if you had a moment to pause and look around.
Were there any references to the monkey rap in Donkey Kong
Yeah,
from
the
Donkey
DJ
Kong
rap
64?
it's in the
Oh,
movie, but they don't sing the whole thing.
oh, that's
They
so
just
cool.
they play the opening riffs, and then they just don't sing any of the lyrics that you expect.
Oh,
Mm.
that's
Fucking
funny.
classic. Fucking cheesy classic.
In fact, I heard that some of the music was cut and
I got
replaced
the nuggets for you
Hmm.
upstairs. Okay.
just so they can put in some dad rock in there.
No.
Huh.
Yeah, so it
That's
would
too
have
bad.
been 100% Nintendo soundtrack, but it's like, nah, we gotta plug some Universal music here just to keep our
Of
parents
course.
entertained. Um, there was a
Cater to the
scene,
normies, huh?
yeah, there was a
Yeah.
scene where they played "Take on Me." It was originally supposed to be some Donkey Kong music in there, and it's
Uh,
Uh,
on the soundtrack. They talked about how they changed it last minute, and I think it's because the credits only credit Koji Kondo for the Mario music, but they forgot to credit people like David Wise and Grant Kirkhope.
Hmm.
and I hope
Huh.
they fix that.
Yeah, that's no good.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a bad look when they're like Donkey Kong rap from Donkey Kong 64. Who composed it? Credit those people. Damn.
Mm.
Yeah,
That's
you've been
so.
seeing that more and more in like creative adaptations. Like we talked about it before with Last of Us and like Bruce Straley not being like credited, even though he like co-created the fucking the game. It's like, pretty ridiculous.
It's some credit to the artist crap. That's what's
Yeah,
going on.
Right.
Like I get it. If there's any red tape that they need to go over, just do it. But it's like this is the kind of stuff you speak with legal with, and this is
yeah,
why you have an ethics department for this kind of stuff, just to make sure that the right people are getting named.
yeah. I mean, the thing is like if it does, like if it, you know, let's say the creator like does bring it to court, it's gonna get worse and worse with time. Like the longer it goes on, without it being resolved, it's gonna look worse and worse for Nintendo.
Thus, it could freeze the rights because
Yeah,
someone could sue for them not getting the credit they got, and it's like, hey, I composed this track. I don't want you using this on your movie if I'm not going to get credited.
right.
Like, I don't care about the money. I just want people to know my name. It's like, yeah, really feel for you, Grant. So hope you get the
Yeah.
justice you deserve, man. Because
Mm.
these are big parties. They should fix this. So yeah,
So what would you give? What score would you give this if you were doing an official rating of this movie?
oh damn. So us consider the things I didn't like. One, I thought the movie could have been longer. 92 minutes is paltry. It feels like
Yeah,
it was
very
a
short.
movie that it feels like it was a movie written for 1993, even though it's based on 2023 production values.
I mean,
Mm.
it skews younger, right?
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
for a young demographic, so it makes sense for that.
Yeah. Like, I
So
imagine that producers would be like, "Oh, we can't keep kids in the movies for more than an hour and a half." So that's probably the
I mean,
reason why they.
there's been longer animated films though. Like,
True.
there's
Yeah.
been
True.
animated films that have been running for at least 2 hours. Like
I
what
mean,
True.
movie?
it's also, I mean, it's also Mario, and like, yes, they're skewing younger, but like, they also know a lot of their audience is gonna be like D'Angelo, is gonna be like people who've been like lifelong Mario fans.
I mean, the opening scene with the Mario Brothers rap from the D cartoon that's there.
Hmm.
I don't
Yeah.
know. I wouldn't give it a perfect score, but I want to say somewhere between the 7 and 8 range, maybe.
Mm.
Maybe like a 7.4.
Hmm.
Because it
It's not bad for
works
a
if
first
you're a
outing.
Mario fan, but it's not something everyone's necessarily going to get if they never play Mario. Like
Right.
that's probably the best I could go with because you have a cohesive storyline. You get that it's supposed to be focused on the brothers. Mario is motivated to save his brother because that's his world to him.
Hmm.
Um, he'll do anything for Luigi. He protects Luigi. He's been protecting Luigi ever since he was a toddler, and
Mm.
Luigi's growth comes from I want to stand up for myself someday, and yeah, he gets his golden moment. Um,
Mm.
but it's a short, easy story to follow. It doesn't hit you over the head with any messages or any superfluous things like, oh, we're having a lot of inclusion here. Like John Leguizamo's been bitching about how it has a lack of diversity, but no, that's not even the case. It's
But it
just
has Goombas.
I
you're
mean,
just salty because you're not part of the production. Just speak to the production team, John. You can fix this. You're just not trying to make an effort to fix this the right way. It it's basically just working on ideas that were in the freezer for over 30 years. We
Right.
get to
yeah.
see how life is in for Mario and Luigi in Brooklyn. We get to see
Yeah.
Mario looking people, but they just
Yeah.
ignore that. Um, So we get to see them kind of fix that mistake. We do see Mayor Pauline. She
Oh,
doesn't appear very long, but she does have like a brief role um, where she just appears on TV, and that's pretty much it. In the final,
is she a is she the mayor of New York? As
she
Pauline,
is
or
the
is...
mayor. She is the mayor of Brooklyn. I'm sorry, she
Oh,
is the mayor of New York.
yeah, that's
So
interesting. That's what I would have thought. Yeah. Huh.
yeah, yeah. So it is basically taking New Donk City and saying, oh, well, we have this, but with Mario design people.
Yeah. Hmm.
Um, Mario's uncles look like TVA variants of Luigi.
That's funny.
That's funny. Interesting.
You got one with a fro, and you got one that's just kind of an older Luigi. But I think their names are Uncle Arthur and Uncle Tony.
One is
So
an alligator.
yeah, they showed Mario's grandpa, which is fucking funny. It just basically looks like Mario is an old man, and he like his bushy eyebrows are covering his eyes. Like, I'm calling you granddad. Just keep like the bootleg Stones game with Mario in it.
That's funny.
And you guys remember Ocarina of Time with the farmers Talon and Dallin?
Yeah, yeah.
So Mario's dad looks like Talon as he does in Ocarina of Time. Like you can take that artwork of him and then just match it up to him almost bit is a bit on the plump side, but she basically looks like a female Mario. Like I've seen fan art of people trying to make Mario's daughter, and it looks like a female or a Rule 63 Mario, and it's basically like that. Mario's mom is just female Mario. Just if you look at it, you'll get what I mean. Um, and they got unnamed relatives. I'm not sure about, but like I'm guessing it's either like an in-law or like a cousin or something. But the Mario family at the fucking dinner table. That is a scene. I'll say that.
Ah.
And yeah, the final battle with Bowser, it has a parallel with the 1993 movie where they fight him in Brooklyn.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Yes.
What? A pair?
He comes across dimensions into, or goes through a warp pipe into New York.
So
I
here's
imagine.
what happens. Bowser has a giant bullet bill, which is effectively like a nuke.
Yeah.
Ah.
And Mario has to stop nuke. So he hits it in the eye, and he makes it chase him, and he leads it to the warp pipe. It gets sucked in the warp pipe. It blows up outside of the warp pipe, but in the dimension that like warp pipes kind of interconnect,
Hmm.
and it causes a black hole effect that sucks in Bowser's kingdom and the Bros and Peach into Brooklyn.
Hmm.
And that's where they have their final battle.
Interesting.
Ah.
I see. Huh. That's funny.
So yeah, Mario's parents get to see Mario and Luigi. Well, Mario's parents get to see Mario kick ass. So yeah. Oh, you heard what I was about to say. So no sense in that genie back in the bottle. But yes, they get to see the brothers kick ass.
I mean, it is called Super Mario Brothers, so it'd be fun.
That is true. So technically it's not as good.
Really, yeah.
Yeah, it's
It's
in
not
the
called
damn title.
Ordinary Mario Brothers.
Yeah, it's
No.
it's not.
Yeah, they make it so they do establish that Mario and Luigi can freely travel back and forth between the Mushroom Kingdom and Brooklyn. They don't have to choose.
They're
and
not trapped.
They're not samurai jacking their way back home.
Right.
Like the freaking
Samurai
They're
jacking.
like, Luigi and I are trying to find the Mushroom Kingdom, find our way back to Brooklyn, New York. It's like, okay, it's not like that anymore. They have a specific entrance and exit, and they know the way back, so things are fine. And they set things up for a sequel, and I'm not sure how that sequel is going to go, but it's basically, Mario and Luigi aren't the only things that got transported to Brooklyn. There's one thing from the Mushroom Kingdom that ended up there.
Oh. Dun dun
I see.
dun.
I see.
Yes.
Don't tell me Venom's in that too.
Oh, yeah.
Eddie Brock.
That's funny. This is
Luigi
like
gets the symbiote.
He's all like, "I'm the better brother now." You no, like no. What really happens is that little fucking psychopathic star thing in the prison is like the new villain.
Oh, shit.
That was funny to me in the trailer. Like that, he's all like, "We're all going to die."
There's more.
some shit.
There's more of that rumor saying things, and
I love
my
that.
nieces
It's funny.
love that little crazy star.
Yeah. I love how it's so cheerful looking or sounding, and yet it's the things it's saying is so demented.
Oh, I think another reason why I marked the score down so follow. There's one thing I also hated about the Mario movie.
Mm-hmm.
Mario and Bowser's tension needed more time in the oven. Main reason why, like, it's one-sided. Mario doesn't really know enough about Bowser for them to fight.
Right.
The main reason why Bowser's motivated to beat the shit out of Mario is because he has Koopa spies that give him updates about Mario's journey. And the thing that pisses Bowser off is that Mario's spending a lot of time with Peach. Like, he does a lot of this because he wants to marry her, and this surprises his troops because they originally thought they were just doing this for conquest. It's just so we can impress Peach. And after that's made clear to his troops, every scene about him is just about him wanting to know what's up with Peach and him simping for Peach. And it's funny when he does it, but when he hears about Mario, oh, that burns his biscuits. He goes from being a large ham into a major threat once they're in New York. He almost kills Mario. Yeah, Mario gets bruises and stuff. Like, oh, this isn't just some friendly, I'm going to touch the axe and chop off the bridge and you fall in lava like nothing happened. No, this is Mario taking hits without his power-ups. And he's like, so fucking messed up now.
He's like bleeding, broken leg, and he's trying to.
I mean,
he's like, "Oh God, give me the mushroom."
It is a plumber fighting a dinosaur, so it's almost a one-sided fight.
Man, is that final scene, that final battle. Oh, it was so good watching. I want to fucking watch that again. I'm going to look for a camera or something.
Nice.
Oh, okay. God damn.
Yeah, I think that's about all my thoughts on it. But yeah, it is doing a good job of, making a Mario movie. And again, I acknowledge the 1993 movie. It's its own thing. I get it. There's some people who are very attached to it. They have a lot of memories with it. I have a lot of memories with it. But if we're talking about in terms of what does Mario like Mario, I mean, it's a no contest.
Right.
You get
I mean,
yeah. Use power-ups, and it feels
It's
like
the
you're
best-
watching the movie based on the cartoon, sorta.
Right.
Would you say then? Would you then say it's the best video game movie adaptation?
People are still very, I guess, what's it called? People are still very protective of Sonic having his throne. So,
Oh, right. Yeah.
it's an either-or situation. It's good for Mario. It stays
Sonic
on
and Mario battling again in the theater.
What year
Now
is
in
this?
the theaters, yeah. Now it's in
It's
the
the
theaters.
90s all over, dude.
Sega does what Nintendo don't. Am I right, guys?
Oh man.
Like, Sonic is a practical adaptation. Mario is an ideal adaptation. I'll say it like that.
Interesting.
Well then. Ah damn.
Glad that was fun.
So out of 10, would you give it?
That's 74. I think that's fair
Okay.
enough to say like it's good, but it could be better.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
room for improvement in the sequel.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. It sounds like they wanted to go, pretty safe with this one. So, you were if you're gonna go safe, you're definitely not gonna get past that 7.58 kind of
Yeah.
deal.
I think that Illumination did a better job than I would have given it credit for years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, no, the word that really, when I first heard that it was Illumination taking the mantle, and I got a little worried. I guess I'm not a fan of a lot of their work, but
I'll say this: they do have a minion with the cart, but that's just with the Illumination logo, just to show you it's theirs.
right.
Oh, okay.
They gotta
But
put in the minion.
Yeah,
You
gotta
have
put
to
it
put in those little friggin' pills.
Those yellow pills.
well, it looked great. It looked, it just looks, it looks the part.
Oh yeah.
Unlike, unlike the port for The Last of Us for the PC.
Hot damn.
Oh damn. Yeah, weren't there some optimization issues with that?
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a lot of visual bugs too. But apparently, one of the most mimetic bugs for that is that people are wet all the time. Like for some
They'll
reason,
just
they
randomly
just
get wet.
yeah.
Right.
I mean, hey, it's the apocalypse. People are sweating. It's terrifying.
It's like in the middle of conversation.
It's just
they'll
a new
suddenly
story
get wet.
point. It's totally intentional.
I like to think that maybe they just have a lot of social anxiety after being cooped in for so long.
That's true. It's been 20 years, man. Come on.
Give him a break.
Poor Joel, he just sweats like a pig every time he has to make conversation.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's funny.
I get that feeling.
I mean,
Yeah.
I know people are pissed and they have every right to be, but it's not really surprising when you look back at Sony's history of porting their stuff to PC. Not all of them, but a lot of the ports are usually pretty shaky when they launch.
Yeah, even Horizon Zero Dawn and
Yeah.
that was also another one of those. It's
Another
kind of
victim.
surprising from Naughty Dog since they always put
I mean, did they
100%
port it though, or
Good
did somebody else port it?
Good question. I don't know. Let's find out.
Yeah, I have no idea. Don't know indeed. I mean, that would suck if it, just wow, it's like you guys don't have enough time to work on your own stuff if you have to also port games.
Oh, I guess they did. Yeah, that is surprising.
I mean, it really goes to show how much, just how much work they do to optimize for the one console for the PlayStation 5. That
Yeah.
they, they're probably just unfamiliar with the porting process for the PC itself.
Mm.
And it's just the optimization that you do for PS5. It's one thing you can't really take advantage for PC because there's just so many different systems that, you never know what that person is gonna have.
Mm.
Well, yeah, you have to change and up-res things, and then also being able to know how their shaders work too is also important.
Yeah.
It'll just mess up when you can't just go copy paste, and it's manually changing the textures. It's a pain. and then whatever you're porting through or whatever you're changing and moving to the next system, it's you gotta test it to see if okay, is this connected correctly? Oh, okay, this is not connecting correctly. Now I gotta go mess with that, see why that's not connected correctly, blah 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 blah, and it just keeps going when there's just so many things to consider.
Right, the texture streaming and stuff, the whole texture compilation. Yeah, a lot of developers don't do that right, and games end up having a lot of hitches stutters because they don't do the whole texture compilation before you start a game.
Yep, it's like how it loads. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's actually also the case with
that's like
Elden Ring as well.
like that thing, like just just having to, like, I don't think anybody realized like how hard it is just to make one game capable of porting or capable of running on different systems. There's just like not even a correct pipeline that you can say, because like so many different ways of working on the same project that looks similar. It just doesn't mean that, like, you're kind of like going into the weeds of like how this person had already made this texture in the first place, and then figuring out like deconstructing their workflow just so that you can actually figure out, okay, how do I freaking get this inside the game properly? Up-resing, down-resing. And it also depends on like what they were making the game for in the first place. So obviously they were all making that for like, years ago on the PS2, 3, what was it? I forget. And then they have to go through all that shit to figure out like if they're gonna run into any issues, maybe if even later on down the line. It's I bet the people that make decisions on like, let's put Last of Us on the new PC, and then they're like, yeah, that's easy, right? Just copy paste it.
Right.
Just copy paste it into it. Right? And then the other assumption would be like, game company's been doing this for years, right? You guys got it. And it's like, well, about
yeah,
that.
it's likely that they didn't even get enough time to work on that board too.
I mean,
really...
sometimes it's just hard to know to schedule it. Like, you don't know how long it takes to, like, you think like, oh, this, we know how this can fit into it, but then like,
but
when
that's
you're
what I'm
actually
saying, like,
doing it, you don't
right.
know until it's too late to
Right.
set the schedule. You know what I mean?
But yeah, I'm guessing like whoever scheduled the port for PC wasn't Naughty Dog themselves. Like,
Sure,
somebody
yeah.
from Sony was probably like, yeah, you guys can get it done in 6 months, right? And it's like, what?
Yeah. Or not even just that. Like, it's like no one can schedule it because they're like forced to release it at a certain date. Hey, Last of Us season 1's about to release. We got to get it done before that. Like, gotta launch around or after, or else we'll lose, all the potential people that will be buying it.
Well, once they fix all those, all these issues, I can't wait for the inevitable, Pedro Pascal mod.
The Petra Pascal.
I'm sure people are gonna be,
I
modding
think there's already a picture on that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, somebody already did it. I don't think it's an actual mod, but there's a photo where they do. This is the old one, and this is the new one, and they modeled like a 3D version of his head on top of the, the character.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
I could have sworn I saw that. But yeah.
Well then.
What else we got?
You talked about the reviews for Diablo 4. Did you get to play the beta?
No, I didn't get to play the beta.
Oh.
There's like, let's see. We'll go with some of the. Well, I didn't play the beta. The reviews are looking, or people that's been playing the beta and stuff like that. They're a lot of people are liking like the flow of the game, and that there's some updates of like where they're gonna change like how the skill tree works. One of the things that seems pretty interesting is that the skill tree that you do get is going to be revolving around these like sectors of skills that you get to add nodes to. But you get to, if you want to get to certain nodes that are like really advantageous things that apparently they're like affixes, or what they call affixes, that are like skills that usually are attached to armor. So now it's actually going to be in the build itself that you choose. So it doesn't. So you can like start stacking up skills from both your armor and your abilities. And it seems like they don't got like. I haven't seen much of them if they're doing any sort of marketplace thing. So that's good. Because that's definitely one of the things that's kind of like was bad in Diablo 3. Was the whole marketplace thing. Even with their good intent, like they had a good intention to say like, oh, you know, we don't want to have third party, you know, websites selling armor and weapons and stuff like that and scamming people, you know, opening the doors to scam people. So we'll like make our own marketplace type of thing. That's what they did for like Diablo 3, but like obviously none of the people that made that marketplace were actual economists and understood how like inflations would work with the game updates. So that made it just egregious, and like the pay to win at that point was ironically not paying Blizzard, but you're paying other people to essentially get the god rolls that you wanted. And because of how the inflation would keep increasing, like it'd be like astronomically expensive. And you know, if you're lucky enough to be that very small percent of people that got a really good drop, you'd be, you know, paying San Francisco rent. Which is insane. It's crazy. And because of that, it also made it worse where like people were like, you know, taking advantage of like, oh, this character is, like, this type of character is, you know, the farm god, right? Like you have to use this character to farm up enough of what you need to actually like get the god rolls, and then, you know, sell it on the marketplace and make buku monies, and then you just snowball essentially, and you just keep getting richer. And so that's a good thing that we're not seeing any of that in this game. Certainly learned their lesson there. And then there's the whole Diablo Immortal, which was another egregious thing where it was just like, obviously, now it's like, instead of opening the doors for people to, of greedy people to make money off of the game, now it's just Blizzard making money off of their own game by selling ways to like, that essentially is like inflated ways, in-game loot, in-game looting, or like the looting loop, or the in-game loop, would be really exacerbated by the individual pay, the pay stuff that you had to do to reset your character, or to get a bigger loophole for your character, in the sense of like, there's like these dungeons you run, and you have to get the currency from there to get a chance to, say, like buy more chances to roll a better armor piece in it, and it would just be, you'd just be paying an absorbent amount of money just to keep playing the game. And that's essentially what they don't do in this game, and they're not, so far we haven't seen any of that stuff. And right now, people are optimistic in the sense of like what they're doing with the game, where it's all like, you don't have to pay more to get more out of the game, or have this feeling of, oh, you're only gonna get good at, like, you're only gonna get the best armor if you just go bonk crazy with the amount of like in-game currency you have to purchase just to do another randomized dungeon to have a higher chance of getting your armor piece. So there's that, and there's like the skill tree, I think, like was part of that issue, I think, or it was like the armor. But now, like, the stuff that you get from the skill tree is like in the game. You know, you don't have to buy it; you just have to play it to unlock it. And then some people were, I think one of the things was that you have to play through the game, the campaign once to in order to get a chance to re-roll your stats. And the stats have this thing where it's like each section is a square, where if you complete to one end, you can go to the next square section, and then you can spin that tile to start off from a new spot, which it's kind of hard to describe just like by saying it, but it's a very different way of using a skill tree, because usually it's like one line of skills and you only can pick those skills and you go up a level and you get a higher version of that, whereas in this one it's more like you're choosing stats, but then you're trying to get to that one ability that's just like, oh, you get to summon more maybe zombies per kill, or have a ability that works with your zombies, and then if you can couple that with whatever legendary weapon you have or armor, you can get more benefits off of it. But I don't know if it's if that's ever gonna change or make a difference in the current Diablo, or the Diablo 4 at least. But it sounds like what they're doing here is that so far there is no like outside market effect to your game experience, whereas you're in control of like how much you get out of it. So thank God they finally like, it's like what is like 2 games. It took 2 games for them to be like,
Right.
finally, like, I guess the backlash was enough for Blizzard to back down and be all like, you know, you guys are, you know, just finding new ways how to money gouge people, and finally that they like, I'm sure there's some people that didn't like that idea, like even when they were there at they're at the workplace being like, I don't like this.
Right.
This is not I don't think this is a good gameplay experience here. Yeah, gatekeeping people's experiences by forcing them to buy more of some magical whatever MacGuffin. But yeah. So the reviews are hopeful, but you know, there's definitely a lot of people that are like, I don't know, we're waiting for that for Blizzard to just like, you know, come out with some sort of goofy DLC scheme, and then they're like, oh, we're back to this.
Right.
Good times. It's funny. There was this one funny thing about Diablo 4 is that during the beta, some people had reported that they would run into a bug that only was affecting people with pretty high-end graphics card, like 3070s or something like that.
Oh no.
Yeah.
It's the Bungie experience, huh?
I guess so. I don't know. It's like,
So,
oh yeah,
Apollo-
the higher your you know, the higher quality your PC, the more risky it was.
That's exactly
haven't-
how it
but
is
I haven't heard
playing
anything else.
Destiny.
Oh yeah, the higher the DPI, higher of the frame rate.
The higher frame rate, the more the more, you know, damage you receive.
The more
as,
damage you receive.
Well, yeah, playing you know, playing on Destiny, but it's not with all with every, you know, character. It's I mean, with every, you know, NPC that you know, that shoots at you. It's with the very specific ones, like those ships, like those ships
the
had,
Threshers?
I guess, yeah, the Threshers. That they were the ones that like were one-shotting people. Like they were always one-shotting me.
What? That's funny.
I hated it. It's like, oh my god, why must I have a, you know, semi-decent laptop?
It's funny, like, it's interesting too that you were running into that, and I would say my new PC is pretty up there, and I certainly would get hit really hard from them, but one-shotting did not necessarily happen. But then again, it could be the fact of, you know,
Do you
maybe
frame cap it?
I don't remember. I don't think I do.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe it's capped at 60 FPS.
Yeah, maybe so. That's typically on by default, and I typically take it off because it just gets in the way of performance to begin with.
So okay. So you manually turned it off.
I manually turn it, yeah, because it's just smoother that way. Because
Right.
both the laptop and the monitor I have for it, just with them combined, they give me a smoother experience, but also not so smooth since they are certain enemies are one shotting me. I just have to not get hit.
That's crazy, man. Yeah. Well, yeah. What about Extraction 2, huh? Extraction 2, huh?
Which did you guys watch the first one? I've never seen Extraction.
Yeah,
I
I
saw the
saw
first
it.
one. Yeah.
What's it about? What is it?
Extraction, man.
I
It's
kinda
Chris
forgot.
Hemsworth diving into he's like a mercenary diving into a war zone to rescue some rich kid or something, and then he gets him out, but then it looks like Hemsworth dies at the end, but I guess he doesn't, and he's back. That's it. Like everything.
I mean, it could have been about anything. Chris Hemsworth just working
Yeah,
on his,
yeah,
juice
Chris-
extracts.
Yeah, Hemsworth just kicking dudes through walls and shit. It's a fun action movie. It's not like there's substance there, but I'm down for another one.
If you had to compare it to The Gray Man, is it on the same
Not
par
the
as
same,
that?
not the same. Yeah, same
Okay.
quality, I'd say. Yeah.
So dumb fun with something for a night when there's nothing else to watch, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
I'd say if we were to say anything, this Gray Man was more enjoyable than Extraction. Because
Okay.
mainly
Sure.
because it's of two characters. I think that's the thing that
True,
makes
true. They do
Yeah,
have.
I mean, you
like,
get
that
some
whole
banter and
rivalry.
stuff, sure.
yeah. And
I
then,
mean, but yeah, it's the same quality. It's just like it's a popcorn movie. You don't
Mhm.
think too much about it,
Okay.
yeah,
So it's not.
for sure.
Did anybody watch the old guard, the one with the
Oh God,
Charlize Theron?
way better than that. No.
Oh, thank God! Yeah, because that movie was
Charlize
boring as balls.
Lovely. Yeah. I don't think there's like action that's like superfluously like I don't know, like that isn't inventive. They didn't do anything inventive, I would say, if anything.
I mean, like they had like yeah, I agree. The closest thing they had was like a knife fight in the middle of like traffic, which was kind of interesting to see. But like it's not like pushing the needle forward or anything.
Right.
Right. Yeah. For sure. I can't say yeah. It's another movie of an actor trying to be John Wick. I don't know.
After you see that one fight in the middle of traffic in John Wick, yeah, you would have to make a really good one to
Right,
at least come up to part to that.
I mean, anything of John Wick, honestly.
I know pretty much every scene in John
Yeah,
Wick.
Because
I was gonna say, yeah, I mean, like it's a Netflix movie. It's not gonna be John Wick. Like it's
yeah,
come on.
Right.
for sure.
I mean, even
100%
though like movies like The Man from Nowhere, they probably had like less less budget than a John Wick movie, and they still they still managed to be entertaining and superior
Yeah,
to us. Like,
Movie, but it's like the raid movies like ruined me for action, where it's like everything else is like you gotta fucking impress the shit out of me to like
Right.
get to that level.
yeah, that's true.
Right. I think one thing that like Man from Nowhere is like it was impressive also because the fact that some of it was holding back, like it wasn't
yeah.
like back to back action like a John Wick film. But when
Right.
it did get the action, you're like, ooh, and now I'm paying attention.
Right, yeah.
And then
Yeah, it's a different sort of action for sure. Plus, I mean,
Right.
they did emphasize the story more in that
more,
movie.
right? It
Like,
definitely
it
did.
had a good story with good characters, and like you felt for them.
Yeah, and even for the villains, you really just like,
Yeah.
man, I fucking hate these guys.
Yeah.
Like, I can't wait to see what happens to them, and they die in wondrous ways. So there's definitely
They do like cool, like emotional twists where the fucking doctor, like he like
Oh,
pulls
right.
out the eyes, and you think it's the little girl's eyes, and so does he, and he just like rampages, but then it turns out it's not. Like stuff like that. You don't have stuff like that in John Wick,
Right.
That's true. That's true.
yeah, definitely.
But again,
Definitely
it's just two different flavors, right? It's just two different types of action
Yeah.
and two different. They're going for different things.
right for sure. Like this one, the Man from Nowhere was definitely emphasizing that there was like a reason for that character to like fight hard for the innocence of another person, plus also like
Yeah.
his background of losing his wife and his future child.
Right.
So I don't know, like this Extraction didn't have that emotional depth.
No.
It just definitely have like, it's just like, okay, it's just Chris, like you're there because
Chris
you want to
Hemsworth.
see Chris Hemsworth kick ass, and I mean
Yeah.
I guess that's the lore, and that should be like the main thing for sure. So it definitely the trailer shows that.
I want to see
Yeah.
I want to see Chris Hemsworth kick ass as Fat Thor again. Honestly.
Me too. I just want to see that like forever. If we see Thor again, just make him fat again.
Yes.
Fine.
Right.
Like everybody wants that, and they're like, no, we gotta have him have the rippling muscles. Like we've seen that. We want the
Yeah.
fat one back.
Yeah.
Like, why did we have to go back? Why did we have to go back? We could have just stayed with the.
I mean, it was nice to see a superhero for once too, like in live action, like who's not he is an Adonis, but he wasn't an Adonis in that where he was fat. He was just like, yeah, he's got some trauma. He's let himself go, and it makes him different than everybody else too. I like
Yeah.
it.
It's nice to see just a different physique. Physique can still be super kick ass, especially because in real life, you take on a big guy like that who's pretty big, you're probably gonna get your ass kicked.
Everybody still gets what they want too. Like all the girls in the theater were just like, "Oh, he's fat now. He's still hot though." It's like it doesn't really matter. Like we're all still getting what we want.
yeah. That is true. That is very true. Why couldn't we just keep the Fat Thor, man?
That's why you gotta play. And that's why you gotta keep playing God of War Ragnarok. Get
Right.
your Fat Thor fix.
Get some Fat Thor.
true,
Get
yeah.
some Fat Thor fix in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, him and his troubled, like, past or
Teenage daughter.
his
Oh, wait.
disturbing, issues.
And we didn't get to see him get back in shape. He was just fat. Like that's just the way he was.
Yeah,
He was great.
And he was still threatening and powerful.
Yeah, he was intimidating as fuck.
Yeah.
I had a hot wife.
Yeah.
And he's drinking beer all the damn time.
Mm-hmm.
So what about Secret Invasion?
That
Interesting.
it's
I don't know.
it's a project that we've been hearing. What's going to happen. Forever. It
Yeah.
kind of came out of nowhere that it finally. They finally revealed it.
They finally
Yeah.
showed it.
Yeah. So I mean, LJ is back in the MCU. After how long?
Do you think this will be his last outing as Fury, or do you think they'll bring him back? Because that's kind of what they're posing this as, right? In the trailer, they're kind of like, oh, the last fight of Nick Fury. Like, I'm coming back one last time to do this.
One last job, right?
One last ride for old Fury. And like, is this his last thing, or do you think they'll bring him
That's a good
back
question.
after this?
Good question.
Because I mean, they haven't really been using him much in the last few years anyway. So if this is his last hurrah, like it would kind of make sense.
Yeah.
It would kind of be unfortunate, just because in the comics, Fury is a much more important character than they've sort of made him in like the last several years in the MCU. But like, it's I don't know.
Do you think that would okay?
That makes
Okay, let's go with the idea that maybe he dies, or
Yeah.
He
this
like
is his
actually
last outing.
dies.
Yeah. Do you think that would be like he would have? This would be establishing somebody that they're eventually going to pass the mantle to.
I mean, they might just pass it to Julia Louis-Dreyfus's character because they're
Right.
coming out with a Thunderbolts movie as well. Eventually, maybe next year or whenever. And I could see them like killing off Nick Fury, and then her being just the female counterpart of Nick Fury already. Like she just takes over.
Right.
Man, it turns out Selena Meyer was a lot darker than she actually no. Selena darker in Veep is a lot darker than her
I
character.
mean, it could be the same character. Like she dies at the end of Veep, but we never see the body. It could be her. Like
It's
you
true.
never know.
What? that's a wild one.
She just reaches the end of her natural life, man. It's nothing. It's
Yeah,
nothing like
I had like 20 years or whatever, and then
Yeah,
like
exactly.
they're all at her funeral.
Turns out her daughter was celebrating for nothing.
Disturbing.
Yeah, whatever has happened to that whole Thunderbolts thing?
It's coming out. I mean, it's kind of an unexciting team, though. Unfortunately, I don't think they even have Zemo in there. Like, which is like, what? You're just wasting this guy. Like, what the fuck? Like,
All right, that's the guy who got them to fight in Civil War, right?
yeah,
Right. Yeah, he
Yeah.
was also in the Captain America.
Falcon and yeah,
Falcon,
You're
Winter
right.
Soldier,
Falcon
yeah.
and blah blah
Whatever
blah.
the fuck that thing is called, yeah. Yeah, he was
Yeah,
in
they
that,
had-
and he was wasted in that. Even
That's
like, it was like, what the fuck? Why did we even bring him back?
Right. Even though he was an interesting character because he was the kind of
Yeah.
underworld
he was a
big
catalyst.
boss right there. Yeah. Like he was probably the most interesting character there.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, but in the TV show, it was just like he's like kind of scaled down or kind of nerfed
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
Whatever you
But
want.
TV
Because
show-
But he is like, from what I know about the Thunderbolts in the comics, like Zemo is, because I'm pretty sure I'm thinking of the right team, but I'm pretty sure the Thunderbolts in the comics are like villains. They're
Yeah.
they're dressed as superheroes, but then they're revealed to be, when they save the day, they're revealed to be like Norman Osborn and like Zemo and like all these other villains. And it would have been cool if we'd have gotten that. Like what we're getting is the soft version of that, where it's it's all the people that Julia Louis-Dreyfus's character has been assembling. Like
They're like the
fucking
a la
US Marshal
Suicide.
and-
Yeah, they're the
Yeah,
a la
yeah, exactly.
Suicide
They're the-
Squad.
Exactly. Yeah. They're the like bad Avengers or whatever, but it's
Right.
I don't know.
All the disgruntled employees of the American government.
Yeah, essentially. You got the fucking like David Harbour's like Russian Captain America dude in there too. Like Bucky's in there. You got Florence Pugh's character. Yeah,
Yeah, isn't also Taskmaster the woman that plays
Taskmaster. Yeah, yeah.
supposed to be in it?
I'm surprised that the man who can climb anything didn't make the cut. Oh right, he's from this year.
Climber guy.
Slipknot.
Oh,
The
yeah.
climber?
Yeah. You guys remember that? Right?
Rope dude,
Oh.
yeah,
The
Yeah.
only
Climb
reason
things
I
well.
remember him
yeah.
was just because
Oh,
he's the man
man.
who can climb anything. It's a
Right.
ridiculous response. It's a ridiculous
What
power.
a dumb character. Yeah, that was fucking hilarious.
It's like, oh look, I went. He goes, what? Indoor climbing every other week, and now he's he's a superhero.
I'm a giant crocodile. Hey, I shoot fire. What do you do? I do ropes.
I do ropes.
I can
I'm-
halabelay, man.
I'm rope guy. Rope man. Yeah, roping. I be roping. Classic.
You know the butterfly knot and the slip knot.
The figure eight. The
Yeah,
figure
the
eight is
figure
the
It's the one
classic.
for
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 bowling,
roping.
yeah.
Catch the locomotive.
Oh man. So then there's Spider-Verse, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse,
I did
from
not
Miles
see that.
Morales.
Did not see
So
that trailer. Oh yeah, what were you? Yeah, go ahead.
are they hyping up Miles and Gwen as a couple? Did they like resolve that whole we can't be in other dimensions crap? Because it's like you realize being together is going to be threatening your universes if they haven't resolved that thing, right?
Right. I have
You
no
know,
idea.
it's just it's
The
another long distance
trailer.
relationship. They can be hard to maintain, especially across universes.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that is at the end of the movie. They didn't explain, like, if they can temporarily, jump between verses. And then in the trailer, it doesn't really show that they stay for so long. Like, she shows up and brings him to this other, like, I guess, pocket dimension that's in between all universes, because it's like there's some sort of like sanctum of some sort that all these different Spider-Men or Spider people come from different universes, and they're like, they're the what was that from Rick and Morty, where like all the Ricks.
Oh, the Citadel.
Yeah, it's just that, basically, according to what the trailer shows, but the trailer doesn't explain that, but it does explain the big threat. The big threat is that alludes to that he can't, and it's more of a destiny slash time travel maybe issue, where there's a destiny that he has to eventually face, but he can't change it because the universe, if he does threaten it, then it collides it will destroy the universe. So according to the trailer, if I were to summarize the whole crux of the story, is that we're trying to explain that a lot of people are telling him what his destiny and what he should be doing, and he wants to have agency over his what kind of spider person he is, or what kind of hero.
Now must, because this is fate.
Right.
Like I don't want to live by fate. Too bad.
Right. And there's no, and then the way they set it up, at least in the trailer, they set it up that and we've all seen Loki, right? So it's a lot similar to that. The Reyes, I think his name is, this Spider-Man 2099 Reyes, he is the main villain in the sense that he's trying to stop Morales from changing his fate because of threat of the entire world. And it sounds like even Gwen is also on Morales' side, because she does the whole like thing in the trailer where she's all like, we're supposed to be the good guys here, assuming that she's talking to Reyes. So we don't know. I mean, in some ways I did not like the trailer because I felt like I watched the entire movie, but at the same time I know that the trailer does this thing where the dialogue and the actions that you see are out of sync, meaning
Right.
you're hearing something, but you're seeing something else, or you're hearing something and that's relating to what they're saying, but you don't know if that dialogue is being like, is that character talking to who, right? Like, is Reyes actually the bad guy, or there's something else happening? Like, I'm leaving it open to a twist, because if it isn't a twist, then I'm like, damn, the trailer did it dirty, in the sense that it showed too much. But at least I know what the stakes are, which I think it did a good job at. It gave us the stakes, and it does make me intrigued because, again, Spider-Man 2099 is not known to be a villain. Like, there was no gray area with the guy. He was not some sort of like, as far as I remember, he was still like the typical Peter Parker-esque character, but with smaller twists in between. And and again, I didn't read all of the 2099 stuff or even watch that animation one. I think they had an animation. I can't remember.
Yeah, they did.
So yeah, like I didn't really. I feel like the trailer makes that character like really depart like from what I originally remember. It got me interested in the sense of like, okay, I really need to watch this just to see what they're doing with that character, because it's interesting to think that, like, oh, you're gonna take like a fairly, I wouldn't say highly beloved, like fairly beloved version of Spider-Man, not really the best of comics. Like, I wouldn't recommend people reading it because it's kind of just it's the classic 90s. Let's just make everything fancy and techno babble.
Future, yeah.
Yeah. Let's just make him futuristic and stuff like that.
Yeah, wasn't it? It was his suit was like made out of nanobots, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then he had and he didn't actually stick to walls. He actually had claws, and he climbed things. And then he could fly ish. I think he can fly. Basically, it's like if you take Batman Beyond, and just by the way, I think 2099 did it first. So if you take Batman Beyond, and just take that concept of future version, inheriting a legacy kind of thing, and then that's what 2099 was. But he was like, had no relation to Peter Parker at all. Like, he was, as far as I remember, Latin American and like half Latin and half something else or whatever. And then he just came across this, like, the nanite stuff, and then or like this cyber suit or something, and then everything that was happening in his comic was just a carbon copy of the original. Like, a lot of coincidences would happen where it's like, oh, you happen to have a friend that's a lot like, Harry Osborn, and he happens to have or like there's a symbiont-esque guy. I'm like, oh, of course it's gonna...
to Peter's adventures,
right?
And
yeah, it was just more like for them, I bet it was like, oh, I'm trying to make a nod and hint hint, but really it's just kind of like, okay, we know where you're going with this, but you're not being clever. Is my case in point. So I'm not gonna say 2099 was like, oh man, that was the best thing in real. It's like there's but the versions of
just
obviously
more to say, like, I don't think that the movie's doing his character justice.
Right, it's not doing it justice in the sense that, well, here's the thing. I don't know. Look, it could be. What I'm saying is like,
by the trailer.
Right, like going by the trailer is like, oh, this is a very different one, and then at the same time, the way I remember his character is, it doesn't mean that it's bad, like the version they're doing now. I think maybe this new version could be better, because you're taking a really, honestly, it doesn't need a rework, honestly, because he was just too much like Peter to a point where it's like he's has all the personalities of Peter Parker, but not in the name, and it's just like, why couldn't you just make a new character, right? Like, in my view, like, reading that comic was like, he's just a completely different Spider-Man. Can you just like go with that and stop, stop like trying to reflect it from Peter Parker's world? Like, it's just too much of a coincidence for these things to happen.
Right. It's like they were so afraid that they would be abandoning like Peter Parker, that they wanted to keep a lot of those elements in, because it's like it was brand recognition.
Right. And
it really wasn't.
And that felt like it was holding it back. It was holding it back because it was so anchored down to like, oh, don't you remember these moments in Peter Parker? Well, look, future. I mean, just make him a original character. Like, just go with it. Go with the difference. And maybe this is their chance of doing that with this character, because this would be the biggest departure, where he's willing to, like, knowingly put other people that are spider people uh, letting them go through the course of their, like, either its eventual demise, it could be that, or two, eventual, like, family member dies, and you know what I mean, like,
Right.
so, like, maybe I can't really say that he's
Pops
wrong.
gotta bite it. Your pops needs to bite it. You can't keep your pops from dying.
Right, exactly. Like, it's that question of, like, if we know it, should we bother changing it? And maybe even Reyes knows something that we don't. Maybe he knows that if Miles Morales, like, saves whoever he has to save, that actually makes it worse for him, and he's just trying to save him from the mistake.
There was already Prowler, and he was really close to his uncle more than
True.
his dad. So it's like,
Yeah.
does that magically not count or something?
Right, I know, right? Yeah. We don't know. I mean, I don't know. I have zero clue. Like, I'm curious what they're. If anything, the trailer got me intrigued to, like, ooh, okay, that's the threat. Let's see what's gonna happen. So, if anything, the trailer did a good job on that. And I'm with you too. Like, how many more deaths does he need to experience to become the Spider person that he's supposed to be?
Right.
And that's a fair question, because even in the trailer, like, Miles is saying that, like, everybody's trying to tell me who I'm supposed to be. Like, at what point do I get to have a say in it? And that's like a fair point. Like, everybody's trying to dictate what he's supposed to do as Spider-Man and stuff like that. So we'll see. It is a sizzle of it's a sizzling question. My one thing is, like, how is this going to be anywhere different than, like, I don't know, what Loki's already kind of explaining or, like, questioning, right? Like, do we need something like the TVA? I mean, that's what their thing is. Like, when you get introduced to it in the trailer, you're like, this is basically TVA, but specifically Spider-Man, right? And they're all the different Spider people are, they know each other exists. And now, because Miles Morales is going against the grain in terms of, like, what they understand and how the quote-unquote Spider-Verse works, now he's being hunted by them, I guess, based on the trailer. Which is already really cool, like, premise. That's kind of cool. Like, imagine all these different, like, versions of Spider people chasing down this, he's not been Spider-Man for a while. Like, I bet maybe, like, a couple years? I don't know. But, yeah. Oh, and also we do get to see what happens with the Spider-Man, the Peter that he meets in his universe that kind of trains him. So that's good. I like that we're seeing him in, a little bit of what he's been doing.
Oh, yes.
So, yeah.
Things have been turning up for him.
Right.
A little bit.
Yeah. You know what? One thing they haven't shown that I'm really curious is Madam Web. Are we going to see Madam Web in it?
Right.
Dude, that'd be sick to see Madam Web, because, just, like, I remember from Spider-Man 90s, she was voiced by Stan Lee's wife.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
I had no
Yeah,
idea.
like, let me double check that. But either way, what I remember about that, it was really cool because it really introduced the whole Spider-Verse, and then the idea of, like, there is, it explained in a very subtle way about how Spider-Man's sense worked. Because before it was like, oh, it's just like spider people, and they got, like, like, there's some spiders out there that have another sixth sense or something. They have, like, some way of detecting danger, and as much as that could be unexplained science fiction and stuff like that, that was really never explained. Like, it was really, like, kind of goofy.
Right.
And then there's a lot of things that, and it worked in a way to help kind of explain, maybe not retcon, but maybe, well, it could be used as a retcon, but in some ways explain the weird coincidences that happen in his life, where like what are the chances of your best friend's father becoming Green Goblin, and yet you had no connection with that in the first place, and then now he's like your villain, right? Like and on top of that, what are the chances of all your different villains, infecting parts of your personal life as well as your, you know, masked life, in such a profound way, when there's some heroes out there that don't never need to deal with that. And then like they were saying, like in a lot of metaphorical ways, is that again the whole destiny aspect where you're like a point of a point in time where a lot of things collide, and then that's why you have a connection to something well beyond your body, which is why you have a sixth sense. So it's a lot like the Wraith thing from Apex Legends, where it's like Wraith is getting hints from her alternate versions that run into the danger or the potential danger that could be coming through, and then his spider sense is tapping into that next dimension in a lot of ways. So there's a lot of like, oh, you know this is about to happen because in another universe, another version of you had run into it. I think a great montage would be showing all the spider people that died. and then
For that one moment of, oh shit,
Yeah.
I gotta move.
yeah, exactly. Oh man, that'd be fucking hilarious. I want a moment like that. That'd be so fucking funny. That would be funny because like it would also cement also like the concern of, hey, just to let you know, Miles, all the times that you were getting that sixth sense about don't eat the peanut butter, or like maybe you shouldn't eat that. There's another Miles Morales that's dying of a heart attack right now or something, or choking on the peanut butter. I don't know. It's like imagine like having a conversation where, hey, you're the one that lived. Look at all these other Miles Moraleses that died. Their deaths is just contributing to your like you living. Oh man, damn, that's depressing, right? Like think about that.
Oh yeah.
He already has enough guilt as it is, and then you just pile on the
deeper.
survivor's guilt as well.
Yeah, for reals. Yeah. Can you, man? I want to see that shit.
I mean, I want like because you were talking about Wraith, like the whole thing with Wraith is like that's why she's insane, is because she's hearing all the other things. I wonder if there's a Spider-Man out there who's like that, where he not only hears, he's getting the spider sense, but then he also is like,
but it's like volume is up really high. Like everybody else is like really low humming sound, but for him it's like dialed up to like 200%. He's even getting visions of actually dying. Damn.
Yeah, maybe he like sees every time he sees all the Spider-Men dying. Like every time.
He can feel their pain.
Oh man, that'd be crazy. Oh man.
He's probably like, oh, I know it's still the worst way to die. Peanut butter allergy. Ugh.
Because that seriously, like that was like my theory for such a long time on how the spider sense actually worked. And then like slowly they start confirming parts of it. Especially when they introduce Spider-Verse, and then there's like a whole nother thing too, in the current graphic novel. I think I need to find out what the name of that character is. Villain that talks about his destiny or something like that. I forget. It was the most current stuff. But anyways, yeah. As far as the trailer goes, it still makes me excited to see it. I just don't like having like the entire
movie told to you.
Movie told to me.
Hopefully, there's just a series of red herrings.
I swear to God, I hope it is. Like, think his name is Kane. Spider-Man Kane.
Hmm.
I think that
Oh, Kane. Yeah.
speaking of like Spider-Man and all that stuff, I think I hated like I it's like this weird relationship with the Clone Wars series. It's like the Clone Wars series, and we're not talking Star Wars. It's like the Clone Saga for
Oh, the Peter
Spider-Man.
Parker, Ben Riley stuff.
Yes, the Clone Saga was like, God, it was such a typical '90s, like we can't think of
Yeah.
anything to do. So let's just like literally
Yeah.
clone the
It is
character over and
exactly
over.
what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, and yet at the same time, I also appreciated to some degree that they introduced like characters that now have like been retconned over the years, and like they changed up the story, and now Ben Riley is his own thing, and they got different versions of that story, and but it was still stupid. Like it was just like, let's flood the market with more comics idea. Let's like do a whole arc and then just God, the worst retcon ever. Did I ever tell you about the whole clone, like the clone saga with Spider-Man, where Spider-Man was being cloned, and then eventually at some point, because of like a big fight between the different clones, one like Peter Parker and the other clones have gotten like amnesia to some extent, and now they don't know which one is the real clone. Like they don't know who's the real clone. Who's the original Peter Parker? And then yeah. So like, I think it was like,
doesn't Peter have like an existential crisis and he's doing stupid shit, like he's helping out villains and stuff?
so I don't know if it's that one. Maybe it could be that one. I do know that what happened was that one of the Peter Parkers, or like, so the person that we knew as Peter Parker, the question is like, we don't know if he's a clone or not. And then as far as they got confirmed, he is a clone, but he was a clone for such a long time that for years, that he pretty much is the current Peter Parker. And Ben Riley was the real Peter Parker, was captured and held, skipped years of his life as Peter Parker, and this is like before he got married and everything. So as far as that the DNA has like proven, quote unquote, that technically the current Peter Parker is now by his name, like he's gonna, he's like, you know what, you've been Peter Parker for years, like, and you don't have, and he doesn't have some ill intent to like, kill Ben Riley or anything like that. And then for Ben Riley, he doesn't, he's just woken up and he's like, well, I know I'm the real Peter Parker, but that's not my life no more. So then he takes up the mantle because now Peter Parker lost his powers. Because of him being a clone, apparently it affected his abilities, I guess, or something like that. And so now he could live his life as Peter Parker, and Ben Riley can continue his life as Ben Riley by name, and now take over the mantle as Spider-Man.
Was it? I don't. I mean, it's been a fucking long time. Was it that like as soon as he found out he was a clone, he lost his abilities?
Was it? I don't know. I think what happened was that the guy that,
I don't know.
Yeah, the Peter Parker had like apparently lost his powers, and that's what triggered like them trying to figure out why he lost his powers, and then that's how they found out that he isn't the real Peter Parker. And then that's
is that the one where? Because I remember that they cloned Mary Jane as well, but I don't remember if that was the same story or if that was a separate story.
I think that was like it led up to it was the cloned Mary Jane is prior to all of this.
Okay, there's just so much cloning. It's
yeah, it was
I
so
love the fact that
insane.
they clone Mary Jane.
Yeah, they cloned Mary Jane. They cloned. They also cloned Gwen Stacy as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the thing is that it's not just one person cloning them. Apparently, like it only was triggered by, I forget what's his name, Jackal. The Jackal, I think his name. That's the villain. The villain was the Jackal. He had done that in the first place and cloned him. And then that technology is just open to free use at a certain point, right? He wasn't that thing was used by other clones even. And so there are like several other clones.
Control.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Yeah, it was
Clone
just
anyone.
insane.
Do what you want.
Yeah. And it's becoming it got to that
They
point
just come
where
out of a vending machine at this point. They're like,
yeah, they don't know
I'm
like
gonna-"
like the real person ends up not knowing if they're the clone or not because it starts getting very incepting,
Yeah.
where they're like practically going insane themselves. They don't know what's going on. They're like, what's going on?
Well, it's basically that meme of Spider-Man where all the three Spider-Mans going like, no you, no you, no you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and then I think the thing that was extra stupid about that whole series is that we did. They wanted to like, oh, we gotta renew Spider-Man and make a new series and all that shit. The typical like, oh, we have to like retcon things and make a new story or something. We gotta, get Spider-Man in with the times, right? Like, renew him.
Yeah.
So what they did
back in the 90s, right?
Yeah, this is the back in the 90s. Yeah, and then they're like making a new series of Spider-Man where now Ben Reilly is Spider-Man and Peter Parker is just living his life as Peter Parker, and every so often maybe he's helping him because he's living his life as a scientist. Anyway, so eventually
so dumb.
They should have just had a whole series of comics, just called the OK Peter Parker.
Well, that's the thing. Like this version of Spider-Man, people hated. Like this was like getting low numbers. People didn't care for it. And
because there was like a poll out because it was like the poll for like when they killed off Jason Todd and Batman was like, oh, which Robin do you want out of there? Do you not want here? And they're like Jason Todd. And I remember they put out a similar poll for Ben Reilly where they're like, do you like this guy or not? Everybody's like, please, like get him out of here.
Yeah, and then how they did this is that they pulled the whole like switcheroo rug where like, oh, Peter Parker is getting his powers back, and then it turns out, oh, Green Goblin was never dead. It turns out he was behind it all. He was He was getting.
It's always him in the comics. Like it's funny because they never really show it in the movies as much, but like Green Goblin is like always the fucking culprit in all of this nefarious shit. Like behind like. Most of Spider-Man's problems come from him.
Yeah, and it's just like he just used them as a go-to to be like, oh shit, we gotta undo this. Green Goblin comes out of nowhere and says, haha, Ben Reilly, you are the clone this whole time. And then like
it was so lazy. Like it's such lazy writing to be like, hey, we're gonna put out a poll. Do you want him here? It's like, why did you even do this if you didn't know where it was going?
They weren't committed to it. Like, holy shit. Like, what the fuck? He gave him a new costume and everything, and, like, he started going along the same vein of, like, oh, he's like, oh, this is Spider-Man, but he's facing against his other villains, and then they're realizing he's not the one that they faced before. He's like, oh, you're kind of different. I'm all like, what do you mean he's kind of different? Like, his costumes just looks different. That's it. Like...
Right.
Like in sense, so you're a different person under that.
In a sense, you are completely different. What the fuck? Like, huh? I don't understand, dude. Like, it was so weird. I liked it how, like, I it's my favorite, like, stupid retcon because, like, because they already committed to was it Green Goblin, like, Harry Osborn Green Goblin, my father, right? Or Green Goblin Senior, whatever. They already committed him to be dead. Like, he got stabbed by his own glider, just, a la in the movies, right? In the same kind of situation. And it was worse because there was a point in the comic series before all this shit happened when they revealed, he's alive again, that that Spider-Man, for a moment, goes to hell and fights all the people that he's killed, right? And guess who's there? Fucking Green Goblin.
Of course it is.
Right. So then it doesn't make sense because he's now showing up, and they're saying in the story that, oh, it turns out that one of his powers is that he has healing factor post-death. So he's in
What did
the
he
coffin.
kill from?
Yes, it's
Yeah.
a healing coma thing, the same way with Superman when he died. It's the same thing.
It's the
Whereas,
same
like,
shit.
he's dead,
It's
but
like
he
a
can still
hibernation
heal
bullshit.
and come back to life. It's like,
Yes.
that's why it makes sense why he was in hell, but still alive at the same time.
He
That
was-
was all planned. We planned this all along.
Yeah, we planned this all along. Okay.
You can heal being in hell.
Yeah. That's how
Apparently, that's some
apparently the
crazy
mechanics of
healing factor.
souls work that
Right.
way. I guess, when the body is dead for months and months, but it heals back up, the soul gets sucked back up.
You probably just woke out a bonfire.
Oh, it's stupid. Oh my god, it's hilarious.
Okay, I'm looking at images of Ben Reilly. Oh, okay, so this was the Spider-Man with the sleeveless hoodie.
Yes. So
That's-
what was interesting? Okay, see that's the negative stuff about what came
Right,
of
right.
above from the clone saga thing, where it's
Hmm.
just a fucking just
Just
pile
yeah,
and
right.
pile
It's just
of-
a giant mess of like overwritten,
Yes.
poorly written stuff.
right.
They're like ended up, writing these people into a corner, and they're like,
Exactly.
well, I guess we're just gonna pull our way out of this.
And see, I give them one thing that they did well for Ben Reilly's character, at least for like the notion of this whole like they had a good premise of like, what if scenario of you getting cloned, and then at some point for whatever reason there's a hard way to tell, oh, was I a clone? Because they can mess with your memory, and
Yeah.
you don't know at what point were you the clone or not. And then that was like it was definitely Blade Runner-esque in the sense of like, am I made, like is the memories that I have actually manufactured or not? So
Yeah,
there's
it's
a lot
like that
of
Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, The Sixth Day, right? Where
Right.
he's like he comes home and he's like, "Hey, who's that dude kissing my wife? Oh shit, that's me."
yeah, it's just so classic 90s of like,
It is really, they really went hard with the cloning stuff in the '90s for sure.
for sure, yeah. And it's funny too, because in that time, like that technology is non-existent.
Well,
pretty
that's
much.
when they started showing, like on the news. I remember where they were like cloning watermelons and shit, and they were like, "Oh, this is gonna
Ah.
be a big thing," and so that's why I think like every medium of fiction really took advantage of that.
Right. And this is the perfect segue to Mandalorian, because because there's a character that is an advocate for cloning as a technology that we can use. But yeah, so Mandalorian, I mean,
right, the guy from
yeah,
right,
it
the
was
guy who one of the scientists, from from Moff Gideon's ship, the one
Yeah.
who wanted to, they were gonna. He was the one developing the technology to
clone
things, and
the yeah,
and they were gonna use the child, Grogu, as the
Right.
right,
as the
to
material
help
to it.
clone, yeah,
probably make
Maybe-
their
maybe-
own,
clone something with
gen-
superpowers.
Yeah.
I mean, superpower
right.
clone.
Probably, either clone. It's probably the work that's going to, in the canon, going to make the cloning of
Palpatine.
Palpatine.
Yeah,
possibly,
Palpatine and
Yeah.
what's his name?
Snoke,
Snoke. Yeah.
Snoke,
I mean, Snoke. He did have powers, so yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
he had the Force abilities.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I guess.
Snoke is supposed to be a failed clone of Palpatine, right?
Yeah.
I guess I don't know. I don't actually know.
It's supposedly
I'm
why
just
he
gonna
looked
assume.
all messed up like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah. Didn't they show like a vat of like?
Of
Snokes?
several Snokes.
Was-
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that I thought he only looked like that for no reason.
I mean, this is
I don't-
Star Wars, so that's probably how it started.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure because he sounded like he was just being used, right? Like he was just okay. I just needed somebody to walking around and talking a big game.
Right.
Right.
I needed to tap into Kylo Ren somehow.
Yeah, exactly. They just needed somebody to have corrupted, Kylo Ren from far away and
Right. Yeah.
Snooky.
Yeah, good old Snooky. Snooky,
Mhm.
Snooky. But yeah, so yeah, Mandalorian. You wanna
Mandalorian.
go like you've watched the
So
recent stuff too?
I've watched the recent stuff too. Let's see. What is the trajectory of Din Djarin, our Mandalorian? We started off with him going to the rest of the Mandalorians, asking for forgiveness for the whole, hey, I took off my mask, to save the child. And then the armor smith, lady being like, well, you have to go to this one specific spot in Mandalore to to take a bath, and wash away your sins. It's like, but what if it doesn't exist? Well, that's the only way. It's like, all right, well, I'm gonna go over there. um we meet other characters from the previously in the cast, like the character that's become a mayor in the town, right? What's his
Carl
name?
Weathers is his character.
Yeah, Carl Weathers. Character who's now, he actually offers them a place to stay away from the Mandalorians. You know what was unclear to me was whether the Mandalorians would actually be forced to just exile Din Djarin, or would they try to would they have tried to kill him if he didn't you know stick by the way.
Well, I mean, if that was the case, they would have killed him right there, right?
That's a good point. That's a good
Like
point.
he,
I mean,
like
he
pretty
did
much.
save them from the giant alligator.
Well, yeah, okay, so yeah, there's like that episode, like they showed where like the character had helped defend the campment from some sort of like creature that was attacking them while they were doing some sort of ritual to anoint kids into
Right.
their way or something like that.
Right. Right.
But
right.
I don't think it really matters. They just
Eh.
basically, you can't hang out with us. Basically,
Right. Right.
that's what it seemed like. It wasn't as like, oh, now we have a bounty on you or something, or like something like that.
Right. Right. And then it's in the second episode, anyway, that they end up he ends up meeting up with Bo-Katan, and
Because
they both.
he needs to find out where this area is, and apparently it's like a old Mandalorian home that they used to have that
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't be inhabitable anymore because life shouldn't be able to grow there. So she knows the direction to it. She ends up unreluctantly showing him, and then when he gets there, it turns out there's things there that are alive, and like whatever life that is there
Mm-hmm.
is actually
It's
thriving.
interesting. It's interesting to see Bo-Katan just being like, really kick-ass. Like they really do, make her, the. They tried as much as they can, to make her, as badass as they could make her, as they made her back in the, animation. Um,
Right, yeah.
Which
Like
is-
they show the differences between how Mando is using the saber, right? And
Mhm.
we've already got an establishment that the sabers have some sense of like an entity on their own. So they have like it's a very much a Mjolnir type of setup where it's like you're not communicating with them. They don't talk back. It's not like Mjolnir like in the movie. But it's obvious that if you are not worthy to use the saber, it's gonna make it hard for you to use it. So whenever Mando uses it, he has a hard time carrying it and using it.
Yeah, like it's even it looks heavy for him whenever he tries
Right.
to use it.
Yeah, and he's like
Whereas-
unrefined in the way he's using it and stuff. But then when Bo-Katan is using it, in the instance where like she picks it up because he's down and needs saving, she's
Right.
like really proficient with it, clearly
On the-
capable.
Yeah, I mean, and so they go to Mandalore. It's interesting to see to see that at first Bo-Katan is like, we meet this character who's seen like the fall of her entire people and her world, just like having survived like what 20, 30 years ever since that whole thing happened.
Yeah.
Now being just absolutely completely jaded out of the whole experience, like um the like redemption of the redemption of Din Djarin as as the Mandalorian. It's not really just a story of like him trying to become a Mandalorian again, but more of like establishing that he wants to bring back Mandalore and the Mandalorian people to like you know to a position to the position in which Mandalore used to be. So we find somebody that in Din Djarin who still has he still has the faith for the Mandalorian way, in ways in which Bo-Katan has completely lost at this point. So in a way, we're also seeing like the arc of Bo-Katan also getting getting her groove back as the person she used to be.
Yeah, it seems like that she's not able to bring together her people just because she doesn't have the saber, because it's such a huge, like, it's like written into their like code, I guess you could say, that
Yeah, you have to have
to have the saber
to be the leader of the Mandalorians, but because Din Djarin ended up getting it from Moff Gideon, they had that conflict between both Bo-Katan and Din Djarin and the Mandalorian. You know,
yeah.
he has the thing she needs in order to rule Mandalore. So no wonder she's also even more jaded at the fact that like, well, either like fight this guy or and kill him for the saber.
Yeah. So
I just fuck off.
So yeah, so that's how we get positioned on for the character. The first episode does a lot of setup, where it's also showing some sort of pirate that's like in the area that runs in with Din Djarin momentarily.
Mm-hmm.
There's also some other things that happen with like we're taking a couple episodes, I guess, or a moment in one whole episode. Stepping away from Mandalorian, where we're following that clone guy that we're talking about, and yeah,
that's somewhere around the third episode, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's funny because like at the very beginning, like throughout most of the show, like the show kind of keeps this tone of like, being geared to being a more PG, like adventurous type of show. Like it definitely I feel like it emulates more the tone of like the Clone Wars and all those type of animations, and both the sense of style and the sense of like what narrative is being put out there, which I think might be what's what I think it's what makes the third episode, where we like follow this one character from the old, from the old empire, and that we follow him into what it's like when they try to reintegrate this like ex-Nazis, ex-space Nazis into like into the New Republic. Like the tone of like the episode is more Andor like, and I feel like that's kind of that kind of clashes with the rest of the of the teams and the tone of the Mandalorian.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. Pretty much. Like, I think that was too much of a departure.
Interesting.
Already that they're spending so much time like setting up and shit for each episode, which kind of went against the whole like this spaghetti western type of feel, where we're getting characters that like you get introduced by, but they're not like a setup for anything else necessarily, or we don't know. In like the season one.
Yeah, okay, season one.
Well, in season one, everything was like self-contained, where it's like you're seeing this bounty hunter going from one mission to the next, and then like running into people, and he's kind of like learning from these different people and whatnot. And there's some of them like cultures and whatever.
True, this season really feels like a lot of setup. Like every other person that he meets for a reason, and he's going to like go and solve their problems, do the side quest, so he can keep building enough rep to eventually do the big task of actually establishing Mandalore and bring back the
Well,
Mandalorian way.
yeah. I mean, you know what they're doing, right? Like what the all these episodes are doing, setting up for. Um, because I don't know if you've kept up with the animation or anything, but there's a like what's a couple things. So we have Bo-Katan, which is the easy one.
Mm-hmm.
So that one, she's also the voice actress that plays Bo-Katan in the animation, and
Yeah.
then she is setting up the whole Mandalorian thing that we would expect. So that's like the main storyline because it's called Mandalorian.
Mm-hmm.
But there is other things they're setting up where it shows that one pilot guy. He's the guy that plays in Kim's Convenience. He's like the rogue pilot.
Yeah. We've seen him. We basically saw him in both of the last 2 seasons.
Right. And then he's discovering that, of course, Moff Gideon is escaped.
Mhm.
And the character that you see in the background that he talks to is actually a character you meet in the animation in the one, it's the most recent one, the one that introduced us to the Night Sisters or something. Not the Night Sisters.
Rebels.
Yeah, Rebels, that animation.
Yeah.
Right.
So they have like characters that they're setting up from there, and then there's like already like picture hints of like the live action like version of one of the characters in that show.
Yeah.
And then now in the most recent Ahsoka Tano, we see another character that's also from the Rebels. So they're just like they're doing this thing where it's like like we got to do an MCU universe building, and it's just
Right.
like become such an obvious like pitch that it's taking away from like screen time that should be more focused on the show called Mandalorian, because like so far half of what we're seeing is like is half of it's Mandalorian, half of it's Star Wars universe building.
That's what they were. That's what they were talking about on Star Wars Theory and the Den of Nerds podcast. They were talking about like because when they made all the announcements at Celebration, and they were talking about the Ahsoka trailer and the Mandalorian season and all this stuff, and exactly what you're saying, where they're setting it up, and they're setting it up for like the Thrawn event, right? With General Thrawn, and like
the big bad is him.
Right, because like Thrawn is in Rebels as well, and like that's how the series ends, is with Ezra and Thrawn together, and we never know what happens to Ezra. So like they're thinking that like Dave Filoni's movie, which we don't know what it is, but a lot of people think it's Heir to the Empire, which was a book from Legends, which was I believe it was the first book in the Thrawn trilogy, and it's basically, I mean, they have a lot of stupid stuff. Like it's not stupid, but like it's kind of weird in like the new canon because of like the younger Luke and Leia and Han, but then they also have like all those they're basically thinking that it is going to be an MCU type thing where like all those characters are going to, that's where a lot of those series are going to conclude in that movie, where you're going to have Thrawn and he's going to be fighting Ahsoka with Hera and with like all the other Rebels characters and Bo-Katan, and like it's kind of like, I haven't watched Mandalorian season 3, but it's kind of a weird tactic to like, because it doesn't, I mean, like the topic that I brought up about the Mandalorian season, the ratings being down, and like why do you think that is? Like from what I've heard from a lot like across the internet, a lot of people don't like the season because it is all set up. And it's like, it's just like, it's sort of weird it's just sort of weird for an entire show to be like, okay, it was this one thing in the first 2 seasons, now it's this other thing that's leading to a movie down the line. Like, it's just, it's very odd.
I see.
Yeah.
It's an odd strategy.
Yeah, it's definitely weighing down on the story for sure. Because like, there's just so many moments where I'm all like, okay, are we getting back to the Mandalorian here? And here's the thing. Some of the things are intriguing. I'll give it that. The whole, like, you know, guys being reintegrated, and it turns out that the Republic are just as bad as the Empire. Like, we're going from one regime to another, and it really is just the same shit. Like, it's just a new coat of paint. And I'm like, okay, I like that theme. I do like it. I think it should be better executed when it's Mandalorian. You're seeing it through the perspective of Din Djarin. Yeah, it's like, I like the theme. Premise is great. That's cool. I like it, but it doesn't fit the Mandalorian, just the series as a whole. Like, it's such a departure. Like, I would have rather had the introduction of that guy and his whole, like, thing trying to be reintegrated into society, but not a whole episode. Like,
you know what's funny?
Where's Mandalorian in this?
That's actually been one of my favorite episodes, just because it actually just builds upon that lore. Like, unlike it establishes like the relationships.
I like it, but it should be an Andor. It should just be an Andor. It should just be introduced. And why isn't Din Djarin being shoved in this situation? I mean, we need to see it through his eyes. Like, saying, like, he has to go there for whatever reason. He happens to meet him. He realizes that, we're just changing guard, and it's not actually changing anything, right? And he gets another sense of, like, maybe it's not a good idea to have somebody like Bo-Katan taking over, like, or maybe I should be the one taking over because I have a better perception, because Din Djarin has a better understanding of, like, he's like the middle piece that fits almost anywhere, because he understands the perspective, all the different societies that he's come across, because he's just has to find a way to get what he wants, but not just, like, ruin everybody's lives while doing it. And he's like that. Like, it could have easily been that, where he is going to the Republic for whatever reason he had to, meets the character, and now you're getting to see a little bit of that. And then let that character that he meets be its own character in a separate series that gets in deeper with the, universe building.
Interesting.
I mean, the latest episode is a perfect example of still universe building, but always in the perspective of Mando, and we still get that main storyline about, like, what it is for, like, to be a Mandalorian. I think the most recent episode is probably the best one they've had, and, like, everything before that is just kind of like, wow, this is just dragging on.
You know what's funny?
Like, Jesus Christ.
Actually, it was the last episode that I actually liked the least.
I was going to bring that up too, because a lot of people, this has also been a divisive one where a lot of people are like, is this peak Star Wars or is it shit?
It's the silliest. It's definitely the silliest one, and to me, the silly. I don't mind the silliness.
It does have that silly,
like,
yeah.
Like, I don't mind the silliness in Star Wars, because Star Wars has always been kind of silly. Like, in the I like seeing, that the aliens actually have some, some personality, whereas aliens in Star Wars have always been used like props, like, what's his face?
Watto?
No, actually, yeah, like they're all just props. They're all just like this one-dimensional characters. Like, they never really have like a full-on personality. We see a little bit of personality in the aliens that we see in this one, but to me, like, the latest episode just felt like a lot of themes were being resolved. Like, we finally see Bo-Katan meet this, like, mercenary, this mercenary.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Troop of Mandalorians.
Well, that was her team before. That's the people that left her.
Yeah.
When she didn't get the saber, they left her because, like, there was no reason to follow her anymore.
Right.
And so then they became a mercenary group. They're working for what we think could potentially be the Empire, or the new Empire that took what's his name out from being in prison, maybe, because it hinted that Mandalorians were the one that freed Moff Gideon. So we
right.
yeah, so we get an idea that maybe they were doing while she wasn't leading them, they were just getting into more nefarious stuff and they're stuck in some sort of situation. That could be the case. But then yeah, they definitely resolved it super like nice and neat and tidy where it's like, "Oh yeah, here you go. Here's the saber."
Yeah, yeah. It just I hated that whole thing. Like, first of all, she just has like this quick fight, with the,
With
guy
the
who's
dude.
in charge,
Yeah.
and then
And
quickly
Din
leads him.
Djarin, you're just like,
Yeah,
"Oh
and
yeah,
then
you know
there's
what? Based on
his-
your logic, I can just give it to her, can I?"
And it's like, yeah, yeah. I hated
Yeah.
that whole thing. Like, it was just like that was like the main.
Well,
wedge
that's
between...
I know. That's why this fucking series is being garbage, because it's like we've led up so much to this pinnacle moment, and then it's like, oh yeah, I just I do Paragon choice dialogue, like easy, like, oh, there you go. And I'm all like, okay, what? I watched this series for so long, and we're not even getting to like a whole conflict between Mandalorians, like the two different Mandalorians. And then the fucking Forge lady being all like, yeah, you could take off your mask, no problem. I'm all like, you kidding me? What the fuck?
Right.
Like, I don't get it. These rules don't make sense. I don't understand, like, why you just like, I see you walk between worlds. I'm like, what do you mean? What does that mean? I don't get it.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That like this show has
So
more of a theme of like the old Clone Wars, the old kind of Rebels thing. Like it's geared towards a younger audience. Like it's not Andor type style of like politics. Like things are resolved by like by little paradoxes or things like.
At least in the first two series, it at least felt like a Western, though, right? Where it was like, okay, at least you're following like this cool dude doing cool things, and he's fighting interesting people, and it doesn't sound like that's necessarily what's going on.
No, but the thing
It's
is like
definitely not
that's
what's
still
going on.
happening in the background. Like he's still getting into interesting fights, like interesting cool things, like the whole space pirates that they had to fight against, the guys who come back against Carl Weathers.
Are you kidding me, Mr. Tree Man, Swamp Thing? You actually like the Swamp Thing pirate guy?
Yeah, he
Like,
looked cool.
That was so unnecessary. Like, we saw him for a second, and then you're like, oh, okay, is this leading anywhere? No, he just goes and attacks them. He comes back and saves them. Like, that's it. That's really all it is. And it wasn't even that fucking cool of a fight. Like, he didn't even fight him. He just blew up a ship. Like, what?
It was a cool fight. It was a cool ship fight. Like this, this show, this whole season has had some really cool ship fights.
Okay, you could have that opinion. I don't see that. I really don't. Like, there's nothing special, because, like, the fucking Mandalorians came in and just barraged him and then blew up his ship, and he's like, oh, no! And then, like, that's pretty much it. Like, there wasn't, like, nothing clever about the fight. Like, he didn't have some big, his own little MacGuffin thing to kill people with. He just had one big ship, and we didn't even get, like, a proper setup. Like, we don't... he's just a pirate. That's it. Like, we didn't get any sort of lure behind him. Like, anything, like, with the reasoning, maybe, like, he has a closer relationship with any characters. Nothing at all. Like, he doesn't even have, like, a personal relationship with Mando. Like, oh, I'm gonna go and I want to defeat you because this last time you're supposed to do this job and kill this person, but you didn't, or something. I don't know. Anything. It just wasn't enough. Like, I'm just going from one thing to the next, and then, like, it doesn't build up to the bigger thing, which they had been building up prior. Which is, of course, the Mandalorian aspect. Like, the conflicts aren't there anymore. Like, everybody's agreeing. And I'm all like, why is this so easy? And it's being sidestepped. It's like the whole Mandalorian, like, story is being sidestepped to make room for the Star Wars universe, which is frustrating me. Because, like, now you're re-injecting into it in a way where it's like, you don't even give Mandalorian his story anymore. He's just kind of this blank, slate character that's just kind of hovering. Everybody else has personality, and he's like not getting his moment for development. Like,
I think that's the thing that's frustrating to most people, is that the Mandalorian is no longer Din Djarin. Like at this point, the Mandalorian is more Bo-Katan than Din Djarin himself.
Well, that's what they said. I think either Filoni or Favreau said, like, during the celebration, that, like, because people were asking, like, is Bo-Katan the main character now? And they're like, yeah, she's one of, like, it's both of them that are the main characters now. So I don't know. Take from that what you
Oh.
will. I don't know if that's a great thing, but
Huh.
Yeah.
That's fucking weird. That's odd. I mean, now I kind of see it. Like when you put it in those words in that perspective, I'm like, oh, so we're like we're like watering down one character so the other character can
right. I, like it's,
slip
I don't know how
into the other.
balanced it is.
Yeah,
where
because
it's like, okay,
because
if you're both the main characters, they should both still be interesting, right?
shouldn't
Like,
they
be just like
conflict?
one. Right.
Like that's the problem
Yeah.
I'm having. Like there's no conflict. Like they just everything's being so neat and tidy, and then the conflicts that we're building up is stuff from a completely different series, or introducing a completely different series. Just like it's not even Mandalorian anymore. It's just this is Star Wars.
Well, I think that the idea is to establish who the Mandalorian people are. I think that
Well,
if I had
okay.
to guess from a creator standpoint of view, they're setting up the Mandalorian not as just being the unit as the one person, but rather the Mandalorian as like the peoples who were destroyed in the past, and now that they're trying to bring the way of the Mandalorian back.
Okay, how's that connect to the whole like Republic Empire episode?
Because they're setting up like the how did these Mandalorian people end up surviving in a in this struggle between like the New Republic and the Empire, the New Republic that's that's trying to like consolidate power along this wild west of of worlds, and worlds that just kind of want to keep their independence because they saw the conflict between the previous empire and the rebels, and what destruction that
I
it brought
mean,
to them.
but that whole episode was just revolving around that one guy, and then that mysterious lady that tricked him into getting the technology.
Yeah, I mean that's again just establishing the fact that the space Nazis never went away. Like the shadows in the empire are still hanging around, and forces
Sure.
like that never really go away, and they're they're establishing
Right.
that they're establishing the inevitable conflict between the New Republic and the Empire, that it will eventually, I guess, lead into the New Order. And will the Mandalorians be able to survive the clashes between these two giants, or will they be crushed
Yeah, but
among their clash?
which is funny that like I mean I understand what you're saying, but like at no point in the indication did they even like question or brought that up with Mandalorians being involved. Like there was nothing to feed back into the show, which is called Mandalorian, and that's why this story, like all this like other side stories that they're putting into, is like it's really just off kilter. It's just really odd for it to be like going this different direction completely, where it's just like not really involving the main characters at all when it comes to Mandalorian. I mean, like I get it. Like I definitely like that episode only for the fact that it's like, oh, that's cool. Like we're getting like a sense of like what that's like. That's something we've never seen before. Great. As the show was going, I'm like, great, cool. We're getting these other things happening here, but I'm not seeing how this connects to Mando. Like not even any of the characters are reminiscing about how like they had to work with the situation when it comes to the different characters. Like for instance, what was it, the Forge lady person, like what she has to do, what did she have to do, like like we get a sense of like what she had to do between the different like sects of like or governments that she had to like work with or against. Like we're not getting any of that. We're not getting much of a story about the Mandalorians and how they are surviving. We're just getting like hodgepodge of other Star Wars universe building stuff, which is, again, I'm just saying, as just Mandalorian as like a whole story skeleton, it's a little off-putting when you're putting all these other things in there, and I'm not seeing the connection or the deeper connection. Like, there's no hints of it. And I understand what you're saying. It does make sense. But again, I mean, isn't that what Andor is for? Like, right? Like, wasn't that what the whole point was? Like, Andor was that sense?
I mean, Andor is like 30 years in the past, though. Like,
Yeah, I know.
These are the events of, like, you know, just
now,
before.
sure.
The,
Well, then why
you know,
can't we just have a series that is Andor but now? I mean, like, it's the opportunity is still there. It's just really off, just really out of nowhere to just kind of like dedicate the whole thing. Look, maybe the series will like tie it all together. That's my problem. Nothing right now is tying together because it feels like
left.
how many episodes?
What's that?
2. There's only 2 left.
All right.
There's only 2 left. Oh,
Great. Well, that's gonna be fantastic.
Well, that's kind of worrisome because I was thinking, I was like, okay, I can see where the threads are going. I can see how everything can be brought together. Can they do it within the next 2 episodes? I don't think so. You know, but better. Other people have tried to do it in such a limited time, but
Yeah.
I'll still see. I mean, because
I'm still watching it. I'm still hanging on there. I am. Yeah. Hey, I did. You saw Boba Fett. I saw Boba Fett. I'm sure you and me have our gripes with it. You've seen it, right? You've seen it.
I did.
Yeah.
I
So
did
like,
waste my time.
it was like there was that episode where it was like, wait a minute, this is not a Boba Fett episode. This is a Mandalorian episode. You know what I mean?
Sure,
like,
sure.
and it's like, why do that? And then now you're doing it to Mandalorian. Like, why do that? Like, why?
I mean, but for one episode.
Yes, I know, but then it's like.
But there's only so
whole
many episodes too. Like there's
Like,
like what
can't you
8
just lace
episodes
it?
or something in a season. It's like a lot of people feel like it's just like, okay, we're wasting time here. Like there's only 2 episodes left. Like
Right,
what
exactly.
are we doing with like this? And
And then you know what I'm talking about, the rogue guy, right? Like the rogue, like I'm the fighter guy, like I'm on the rebellion ship. I'm like investigating the nefarious things that are happening in the background type of thing. And I'm like,
Right.
I was like, oh man, we're taking some sweet time with him all of a sudden. Like what, huh? Like why couldn't we just, cut it down a little bit, just like to hint it? Because I mean, that's how the world building has been done well, is where the main storyline is intact, and then you have characters introduced. Oh, I'm gonna do this that happens to be involved with something else, and then you can go with that at a later time. But dedicating whole episodes and then chopping up another episode, I don't know, man. Like it feels a little fluffed.
I mean, I don't know. I still see the Mandalorian in here. Like I always saw the Mandalorian as just like a character that goes around, doing a bunch of side quests, and
Sure.
Eventually at some point there is some sort of big giant payoff at the climax, and that's exactly where I see where this is going.
That's the thing. The latest episode was like, finally we're getting into the thing, right? Like the thing, the big thing, which is the difference between the cult Mandalorians and the like the other Mandalorians. I don't know what you want to call it, the New Age, I guess.
Right.
Like I was like, okay, great, we're getting back into it. But then, yes, I agree with you 100%. Everything got neatly tied up at the end of the episode. I'm like, huh?
Well, that's
I thought
exactly-
this
yeah,
was the
that's-
big. I thought this was supposed to be like the big, the big thing, right? Like
Right,
the big conflict, right? We're gonna have 2 Mandalorian groups fight each other or something, or maybe eventually get there. But we didn't.
What's funny? Yeah, what's funny is that I always thought that Mando was just going to keep calling him Mando. Din Djarin was going to have to, reluctantly step up to be, the leader. But it turns out that he's going to pass on the baton to,
Right.
no pun intended, to
Bo-Katan.
to
Yeah.
Bo-Katan. Yeah.
Right.
So unless
Exactly.
she dies somewhere along the line and he has to take the mantle.
I mean,
which
let's say what this really is, man. I'm just frustrated that this is being they're doing their writing based on what is the next movie, what's next to the series.
Right, it's a
isn't-
roadmap. It's a roadmap approach, right?
Yeah,
Right.
exactly, and it's just not as depth filled as in lore juicy as it, I mean, like here's the thing. One of the things I enjoyed about this recent episode was that this is how you introduce the whole Christopher Lloyd's character, being, you know, jaded by the different sects that he had, or sex, not sex, the different governments he had to deal with over the
He
years.
had a pretty bad plan, by the way.
Yeah, I know his
But
his
go ahead.
plan sucked. His plan
So
definitely sucked.
they are in this society, right? Okay, no, they're in this planet where the whole entire society is like direct democracy. Which I kind of, you know, it kind of annoyed me, the idea that like, oh, you know,
Just
pure
mob
direct
rule.
democracies are, yeah, exactly. There is just mob rule and nobody wants to work. And it's like, oh, okay, people would, you know, it's not like, you know, representative democracy is working out so well for us in the United States. But that, you know, gripes aside,
The
Also,
other
they
way
had-
works even
That place
worse.
is a territory. Also,
Yeah.
they did talk about how that was a territory, not an actual, like, you know, representative of a recognized as a government.
right.
You know how like when Japan like bombed and then like, you know, the whole war situation, and pretty much now Japan can't have an army. That's like the agreement. That's essentially what happened to this planet. So now they're like
They've been
at the womb.
demilitarized.
Yeah, demilitarized. Yeah.
And all the droids that they used to have, all the battle droids,
And
have
it
been
makes
reprogrammed
sense.
to
It made
for
sense
the
that
work
they
labor.
needed. Yeah, and it made sense that they had to hire a private. Basically, the Mandalorians, they're not bounty hunters; they're private military.
Hmm.
And it was interesting that it's like, oh, I can't have an army, but I can have private military, and that's
Right.
why they were there. They were there to go find this Mandalorian group that is being used as a private military or private security, which is really military, honestly.
So a
But
series
yeah, go
of
on with the
a
Lloyd,
series
yeah.
of accidents have been happening with robots, with droids. And so Din Djarin is just tasked with the investigating, you know, what's going on, what's behind, you know, all this all this seeming, you know, accidents or the seeming rebellions from the droids. So we get into like the underground world of droids. You know how they have their own, they kind of have their own culture, and they have, you know, they do actually have, you know, desires and feelings, and that's like, it's like always that kind of feeling that, you know, I always feel bad for the droids because they're clearly just slaves.
Yeah, they're second-class
Right.
citizens. They're
Yeah.
slaves, basically. It was actually like, I was talking to Brenda. I was like, "Oh wow, so they're slaves." Man,
Yeah.
this sucks. That's disturbing.
But it was also interesting to see, like, you know, themes that we're seeing nowadays, you know, in our own society, like it's just the idea of like all the labor is being done by machines and people have, well, nothing to do.
They're just
But,
in their leisure, yeah.
Yeah, they're all in their
And
leisure.
and they and the excuse too. I like it how like they were like, why can't you just turn them all off? Is like no one would vote for that, because now they would have to do the labor that the
Right.
robots are doing. Because everything's being voted on. Like there's no like one person making a decision. I guess.
Right.
I
It's like
guess,
that
I don't know.
episode of I guess that in a way it's kind of like that episode of that Star Trek show with Seth MacFarlane, the
Orville.
Orville. Yeah, you
Orville,
remember
ah.
that? You know, remember that episode where they go to like a direct democracy, you know, planet?
Yeah.
Everyone just like votes like, you know, like American Idol. Well, you know,
It works like
I guess
that, right?
yeah, it kind of works like that. Well, it turns out that one of the people, one of the people in command, played by Christopher Lloyd, has been the one who's been he's been sabotaging the droids, right?
Yeah, he's been sabotaging the droids so that they would, like, I guess, like, actually, you know what? I don't remember if it's, I guess.
You know,
I'm gonna say rebel. Sure, why not?
Again, it's why this is the one episode that I feel like should have taken, you know, several episodes to actually
Yeah.
develop,
I
because
agree.
there's like a lot of like
Yeah.
little stories that are being put out there, and they'll just get resolved like, you know, super fast, like in
Super
a
fast.
kids show.
And it was, it would totally went Scooby Doo on you. He's all like, "Ha ha! It was him all along."
Right.
Yeah,
In fact,
for
at
sure.
the very end, you know, when they finally, you know, unmask him, Christopher Lloyd, you know, just stands up and he's like, "I'm just gonna press this big bad red button that's going to turn all the battle droids into, you know, battle droids all over again. You don't want that, right?" And so they just tease him. like right there and then.
Yeah.
It's like that was a really dumb plan.
Yeah.
He's framed a lot like this.
That's hilarious.
And then the episode ends up with, oh, by the way, we're gonna resolve the whole issue of the, Dark Saber and Mandalorians, with Bo-Katan. Like that's a little bit of an aside.
Right.
Yeah, that sucks. That
Yeah.
sucks.
Yeah. So yeah.
Very weird.
Yeah, like I didn't mind the silliness.
This-
What I minded was just the half-assedness of the writing.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, especially the main
I mean,
story part where
it's like-
it's just like, oh yeah.
All this could have been stretched out for like 6 episodes. It's like everything that was happening in this one episode. But we
Especially
had to
because
make
this-
time for everything else. Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Great.
And it's
Yeah.
funny because, like, I mean, this is the thing. Like, the thing that's been frustrating a lot of people is that they don't see, where the show is going because Mando's taking his time to, to build up this links of trust, with the person before and with like, communities before, and then it just kind of everything gets resolved in one episode and like in this way,
Right. In such a
right now,
neat little tidy way. Yeah.
right. And
I got
right
some
now it's
messages
exact.
on the chat. If you would go on. Go.
Oh, hello, chat. My bad.
Okay, well, it was like a while ago, so it was in our conversation. So somebody says it's just filler in my opinion, and I have to agree. It does feel like filler. Like a lot of it's filler. And then Zip says because Andor is dead in reference to why we're not having another Andor, but in the future. Which, hey, maybe they'll make another one.
They're doing
They could.
another season of Andor.
I mean, but like it was like reference of Andor is in the past and referencing the like the political
I see.
aspect to it, whereas we don't
Sure.
have a current one, but we have a whole episode in Mandalorian that does do it, which could have been
Sure.
also its own series, or we could have. I mean, that could have been stretched out to something else. As intriguing as it is, yeah, it was just kind of
Yeah, like there's definitely things that needed more development.
Right.
Specifically, that giant wedge between, Din Djarin and Bo-Katan.
right. Yeah, and it's just so easy for them to kind of just agree now.
Right.
And then somebody else says there's too many things that intertwine. Kind of a wish that they stuck with one show and be consistent with it, other than combining
Yeah.
everything into a massive show. Yeah,
Gotta
Yeah.
be a universe.
yeah,
True.
it's a really
True.
big universe, and they're really trying to like let's ride Mandalorian down,
Right.
yeehaw, ride him down.
And the thing is, like,
Like that's your golden goose too. Like that's like the one show that like was before like universally or pretty much universally like everybody loves it. Lapsed Star Wars fans, Star Wars fanatics. We all love it. And then with this one, it's like, well, you sort of like shat the bed there. Like now, people who are in your corner are like, well, this fucking sucks like the rest of the franchise now. Like what the fuck? Like that's. What are they thinking? Like it
sucks. Yeah, it's
Well,
not a good look right now.
it's from a creator point of view, I guess they kind of have it hard, right? Because they no longer have the simple plot of like, okay, get get this child from point A to point B, and we're gonna put it a bunch of side quests in between that progression. Like at this
Yeah.
point, that plot has been solved, and Grow is back, and he's in the background.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true that they don't have like this one simple storyline to like just let everything else flourish around it.
Yeah.
I mean,
I guess. I mean, they put themselves in that corner, though.
Yeah,
by
to
resolving
be
it
honest,
last time, yeah.
yeah. I mean, we're even like at the end of season 2, where it's like, well, who's gonna, he has the saber, but like she, wants it or whatever. It's like, well, now there has to be a conflict there. It's like, well, I mean, you could have just had it so like in any sort of story, like let's say Bo-Katan, she has the saber and she's ruling Mandalore, and now the Mandalorian, as a representative of Mandalore, has to go out and do all these little side quests to build up the fucking, society or give them allies or whatever. Like, I mean, that's the way to keep the show the same, but still different, And it's
Right.
like, why did they have to make this huge conflict? And then it doesn't even matter because they end up resolving it that quickly anyway. So it's like, well, it just seems like, did you guys have a plan? Or Like, was this
Right.
the plan and it was just a really bad plan? Like, I can't tell.
Yeah, it's really difficult to tell. I think honestly they just needed to rush to introduce more of the characters to allude to the bigger like, oh, we're building up to Thrawn and we're building up to
Yeah.
Ahsoka and we're building up to that. And they completely sidestepped the whole like, oh yeah, we're rebuilding something
Such a
about
bad
Mandalorians
strategy. It's like just sacrificing one show for the next
for the
show.
next show.
And then it's
Yeah.
like, well, why even get invested in Ahsoka? Because what if they just sacrifice that for the next one? It's like, well,
Yeah.
what's the fucking point? Like,
Right.
it's so stupid.
Yeah, I think they're doing what the current MCU is getting me frustrated about is that each one is just a setup for the next, and it's just not like each one just doesn't even feel like fully fleshed out. Like there's just too many like they're so stuck to their lane of like, but we gotta introduce this character, and it's like, oh man, how
Right.
do we do it? And they can't figure it out, so they'll just make the easier answer for like
Right.
their story, which is very unfortunate. And that's the thing that they're running into. I assume.
I mean, I assume that the sad part is that I mean I've had fun with the with this latest season throughout the whole time, except for the last episode that left me disappointed. And the sad part is that I think you're right. It's because they needed to get that out of the way for the rest of the story that they're setting up.
Yeah.
That they're going to end up bringing Moff Gideon to introduce the rest of the Empire that eventually will morph into the New Order, and into leading with the rest things that are going on with Ahsoka Tano and and that whole thing.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm hoping that in the penultimate, and in the last episode, they're able to bring all those threads together in a satisfactory way and leave something else for most likely a next season. But we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm not gonna hold my breath to it. It's just that's a lot of story to try and wrap up. That's going on there, especially with the fucking the lady tricking the guy and then all that stuff. I'm starting to think that's not even gonna be wrapped up. That's just like it's just gonna be another hint to that she's actually working for Thrawn, and that Thrawn is,
But no, she's probably still working for Gideon.
No. What I'm saying is
does
that
Gideon
Gideon's
work for
working for
Thrawn?
Thrawn. That's what I'm saying,
Right.
man.
Good
Like,
point. Yeah. My bad,
it's
my
not gonna. I highly doubt it. Like, I
Thrawn
don't
has
think-
been behind everything all along.
right. Yeah,
He's-
like,
And he's got to take off his mask and reveal he's the Green Goblin.
yeah, he was never dead at all.
I think Thrawn is being played by Lars Mikkelsen, who I think is Mads Mikkelsen's either his brother or his cousin. He's a good actor.
Oh, interesting. Huh.
Lars
Interesting.
Mikkelsen.
I don't know if I've seen him in it. Have we seen him in anything?
What is
Yeah, he's
Lars?
in like he was in House of Cards, and I've seen him in like other
Hey.
films.
Ah.
Okay. Yeah. Shoot, man. I don't know, man. This is it's been kind of like I don't know, man. This has been not a good run of Mandalorian in my opinion. Just too much of the extra stuff. Look, there's some good premises and everything, but I mean, it could have been a tighter story in the first place. Just having like the story revolve around Mandalorian figuring out his ways with questioning his way of like, or their way of living. Like who made that stuff up in the first place, and how does like she just come up with different rules? I'm like, what? Like you could just what? She just says like, oh yeah, now she's like, she doesn't need to wear her helmet no more, and like I'm like confused. Like,
I mean, the
hell?
Thrawn thing too is like it made sense in Legends when he was introduced like later, and it was like, okay, this is just a new like adversary, but like the way they've done it with new Star Wars, where they introduce him in Rebels, and then he's just absent for 30 years, and it's like, well, but you're a general with like a fleet of like Star Destroyers, like where have you been the whole time. Like,
Yeah.
like they're all, it's just like another one of those questions where it's just like, I mean, now you got to answer this. Like, now you got to say, like, where was this dude during Vader and Palpatine and all the original trilogy stuff? And like, it's just another can of worms that's like, kind of problematic.
Yeah, I know they opened up the kind of worms like last season with all the with all the cameos that you really needed to put in. It's like, oh, this is for with all the with all the fan service that they were bringing in.
Oh,
Like,
right, yeah.
Like Bo-Katan and Ahsoka, Tano, they look great for their age. They're probably in their 50s, their 60s,
Yeah.
the canonically.
Hey, time dilation, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, I guess. So.
Sure, why not? Space reasons. Well, there's also like things in this series where it's like I like the things where like when he went to the Mandalorian planet, and then he was trying to like find the what was it, the river? I don't know, the lake.
The sacred waters of Mandalore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good old Mythosaur.
I know.
What a dumb
name.
name.
But
but that actually is the name of it too.
Yeah. And I actually really did like that moment where she's like completely jaded with the idea, and she's like, "Oh, did you know that this was the place where that was supposed to be the lair of the Mythosaur?" In reality, it was really just an old mine where a bunch of things were were signed up in and it got flooded, so it's just here. And in the end, and at the very end of the episode, she actually sees like the Mythosaur, like it's still living in the in the cavern. So
what they thought was like dead and long, like extinct, is actually still around, and that's that gives her the moment of hello, somebody, hello, I'm getting rated. Oh, I'm getting rated. Hello. How's it going?
Everyone?
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, and that's the reason why they gave her. So basically, she joined the Mandalorians, and then she was like, "Okay, I'm following the way, and I'm wearing this mask and stuff like that." And then we're doing well. Podcast is doing right. Woo! We're talking about Mandalorian. At the moment,
we're just having this heated debate in which
yeah,
I'm saying I'm actually liking the Mandalorian, and Sean is just shitting all over my.
I'm shitting on the show. I'm shitting on it.
Good. It's good.
Fucking
it's
show. And then what was it? Bo-Katan is like what was it? She has like she's following the way. She has the mask. Yeah. And then what? She has the moment with the what's his name? The Forge lady.
The Forge lady, whatever her Forge lady name is, but she's like, "Oh, you're wearing the mask and you haven't taken it off, and you bathed in the waters, right? All right, come in. You're a Mandalorian again."
Well, she saw the Mythosaur, like she was saying the Mythosaur exists, right?
Right.
She bathed in it, but she also saw the Mythosaur, so she's chalking it up to destiny or something like that. And that's why she doesn't need to wear the mask, and she can bring their people back together. I was like, okay.
I know it's an excuse. It's an excuse for for the actress to be able to show her face.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm thinking that she's now the main character. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she's just okay. The Mandalorian. Who cares about you? You're the main character now. You're just a side dude with zero conflict about anything that's happening.
Well, no, he wants to bring back Mandalore. He, he really wants to bring back, the faith. Which, I mean, to me, that's actually the regression that I disliked most, because in the previous 2 seasons we were seeing, him walk the way and also break away from the way of the Mandalorian to protect Grogu, to see that the Mandalorian way wasn't the only way to live. And in this one, he has the regression of like, no, but I got to stick to my faith to bring back my people.
Yeah, but then he's also making excuses too. Like, he even says he's like, hey, this is just because it's the way doesn't mean it's the only way. And he's even saying that when he's trying to convince them to go fight for what's his face, the guy that owns the piece of land that he offered. Like we
Yeah,
don't
Carl's
have to.
Brothers,
We,
yeah.
yeah, we don't have to. We don't have to be wanderers anymore.
Mhm.
And then the guy that would technically be against him, or I suppose is against him. So well, no, he's not against him anymore. He just kind of like
Right, the
because
Titan
we.
main.
Yeah, the guy in the blue armor.
He reminds me of a Titan, as in like a Destiny
Yeah,
Titan.
he really does. And he like he's all like, well, these people fought for me, and I'm like, you know, like I like all that stuff. Like it kind of makes sense for them to kind of like, you know, like befriend each other and stuff like that.
Mhm.
I mean that makes sense because there's a whole dedication to the trying to save his son from the creature, which
Right.
you know, I'm not saying there it was bad setup for that for to resolve their conflict. I kind of wish that was tied in with the pirate guy because
Hmm.
it would have made more
Kinda-
sense to like make the bad guy more threatening instead of just a random monster pick up the kid out of you know because they want to feed their children.
True.
It would, you know what I mean? Like I just like would have liked it more tight, like more tighter in terms of story pacing and like setup, because it was kind of like I understand what they were going for. They were like, okay, we're gonna have a reason why this guy's gonna agree with Bo-Katan and Mando to try and rescue these people from a pirate you know, tree pirate guy.
Right. I liked
But,
his design. I
yeah.
thought he was kind of cool.
Sure, the design
You
is
know,
fine.
I've never.
I mean, his character was just like,
I'm a pirate. Arr.
I'm a pirate. Arr. It was like, huh?
Right. right.
Like,
By
why
the
do
way,
I care?
weren't they working with the Empire somehow? Like, there's a connection, right? Or you know, whatever.
I know that's another thing. Like, if there was a connection, it's not very obvious, and two, like it was just kind of like it feels so throwaway. Like that guy felt throwaway. Like he came in and he left just as fast as he came in.
They needed an excuse, you know, for Carl's Weathers to like, you know, to give home ship to like all of the rest of the Mandalorians.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah, it could have been a lot tighter. Just on those things. If just like looking at all those things that were happening, we could have tied in all those concepts together too, where it's like he was trying to get his shoe in with the Republic because they wouldn't recognize him as a independent whatever planet, I guess.
Right.
Like I kind of wish that was tied in more with the planet we just met in the last episode, because like it was interesting to know that another planet like would have like their military just gone, and then like how would that work? And then there was like characters in there that had seen what it was like to be under the Separatists as well as the Republic, and they still held on to like notions of whatever it was from the past. So like all those characters, like, and they're all of that was happening in separate situations when they could have all been together in the one story, whereas like we're just going from point A to point B and getting half a story of this and half a story of that. And I don't know where the story is going anymore, because
I mean,
the main
I
conflict
overall
is resolved.
I overall do agree that just the writing needs to be tighter, and they probably just. I wish I saw some of this themes developed more. I'm
Yes,
like,
right.
I'm okay with the writing. I like the action, and I like the characters, but I just wish it had more time to develop some of the, especially some of the conflicts that we have there, instead of just
Right.
resolving them with, hey,
Like, yeah.
but I'm technically right, so she's technically the owner of the
Owner of
the
it, yeah.
special sword.
yeah, basically the story was that, like, to explain that part is that the saber needs to be like you need to get it because you fought the person, right?
Right.
So if you got defeated by that person, now they are technically the owner of the saber. So technically, when Mando went to yeah, I know, whatever, Din Djarin,
Go ahead,
whatever,
explain it.
he's Mandalorian. Anyways, so he goes to the planet, he gets defeated, he loses the saber, and then Bo-Katan defeats the guy, and but technically defeats the guy that defeated him and picks up the saber as a way to defend herself. So technically, by that rule, she is now the owner of the saber, and that's how that whole thing got resolved. So yeah, and we didn't even need that fight too. He could have just said that out loud in the first place. So it's like, okay, you're right.
Maybe he was thinking about it throughout
While the fight was happening.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
yeah.
It's like,
He's like, oh
wait.
shit, but they're already fighting. I'll wait. I'll wait.
That's right. It'd be embarrassing if I said so right now.
It's fun. It's hilarious. Oh my god. Yeah.
I mean, she might not be the the leader that they deserve, but she's the one they need.
And you know what? They could have just easily had some of the villains or some of the characters show up from, like, Boba Fett's non-existent. Like, anything from Boba Fett is just gone. Like, we're not
That's
even.
a shame.
I am,
Good,
right?
Good riddance.
It's like they just totally forgot, And I feel like that's just gonna be the same thing. As soon as another show is gonna pop up, like, if it doesn't do well, it's gone. We don't know what happened to them. It's like, it doesn't succeed, bye-bye. Not even for a bit. Like, who cares? Who cares about the overall
Funny
universe?
because, like, Andor bombed, but the only reason they're doing season 2 is because they filmed both seasons like concurrently. So it's like, well, we already paid for it, so we have to put it.
We already paid for it.
That's really
Jeez.
interesting, just because
For a penny and for a pound.
Yeah.
that's really interesting that it bombed, even though like it's apparently really well beloved.
Yeah, I think critically a lot of people love it, but no one watched it.
No.
Or like you and 6 other people in the world watched.
Yeah, pretty much. And I honestly enjoyed it more on a rewatch than the first time around. The first time around, I was just okay with it the first time around. I don't know why. I actually found it more interesting the second time around, but it's probably because I already knew what was happening. I already knew my expectations, and it's like, oh, okay, yeah, the characters are interesting. Their circumstances are interesting. I was expecting less act. I was expecting more action a la Mandalorian, and I got much more.
Oh, I see.
A much more in-depth look into like the politics and the and the relationships within characters where only have a very transactional relationship with the truth, which is really exciting to watch.
Well, good luck with
That is to say, yeah, I want to see Andor. I want to see what they do in Andor too.
Well, we know it's gonna lead directly into Rogue One.
Oh,
Like, final episode is like right when he's getting on the ship or some shit.
interesting.
They literally just says it out loud. Like, that's how the last episode will play out. So it's like, oh, okay. There's no surprise there then. Turns out he's a clone. How about that?
I know, right?
Yeah, the Andor we've been seeing the whole time, he's been the real Andor in this show, but then right before when the planet blows up and he's with Jyn Erso and Rogue One, that's the clone. So Andor's still alive. And he's gonna come back in the Thrawn movie, and we're gonna have the Avengers of like Andor and Ahsoka and Bo-Katan and all the Rebels characters. They're gonna be fighting Thrawn. That's
Exactly.
the roadmap right there.
There you go.
Done.
The whole entire series in one line.
Yeah.
In one line. In one line, it kills them all. My God.
Well, hopefully Osaka Tano is really good then.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I didn't see that trailer either. People are like, the internet's on fire. Or apparently, it's really good. But
Oh, it looks like it has pretty,
What, they
at
already
least
saw it? Some
yeah,
people
there's
saw
a
it.
trailer.
the trailer.
Oh, the trailer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you've seen the trailer, right?
Yeah, I've seen the trailer. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing you can say is that it has pretty high production values. Like it looks good
I mean,
from the
it's
trailers.
fucking better. Like they've been
I mean,
hyping
it's
it up for like 5 years now. Holy
True.
fuck! Like we've known about it
Disney
forever.
money. The Disney money.
Yeah,
Well,
please
hopefully
don't
we
put
don't. Hopefully it's not Boba Fett levels of chase scenes, car chase scenes.
It's not Boba Fett level of anything. It's just better
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah.
I feel like that,
I mean-
that episode with the chase scene is like, good encapsulation. You just get to know
Yeah.
everything based on that. Like,
Right.
quality level is like, oh, not very thought through. This is like run and gun.
But yeah.
Like, we gotta
Yeah,
get
that-
this episode out. Let's just like special effect it. Who cares if the cars don't look like they're moving? It really did
expected
look
them-
like that.
I just expected them all to like fall into a cart of manure and be like, oh, I hate manure.
Okay, I'm skipping a bit. What do you guys think about Indiana Jones coming out? Woo, Indiana
I
Jones!
can't wait to watch a movie where half of it is deep fake Harrison Ford. It's gonna be
I-
fucking fun.
Is
Jesus.
this is this
Yeah,
supposed to
it
take
does look
place
like
in a
that.
lot in his in like when
It
he's young?
looks like it from the trailers we've seen. A lot of it's like I think during World War II, and like you're seeing Mads Mikkelsen's like Nazi character like earlier on, and I mean that's what it seems like, and like it's connecting to like I guess Phoebe Waller-Bridges like character's father, who is like Indiana Jones is her godfather. And yeah, it looks like from what we've
And her
seen,
real
like all
father
the
is Mads
trailers.
Mikkelsen, right?
No.
Oh.
It's someone else. It's like some other archaeologist or somebody who died, I assume. But like, yeah, from the trailers we've seen, like, it looks like there's gonna be a fuck ton of deep faking, which is like, why do you need like? I understand it might be a little weird to like have flashback sequences with like another actor, like a younger actor playing Indiana Jones when we've already seen Harrison Ford at that age as Indiana Jones, but I think it would work better than the deep faking. Like it's like bothering me. Like, I know a lot of people they love the deep fakes with like Star Wars and Luke Skywalker and shit. I never have, and yeah. It's
quite
very
alienating.
off-putting to me.
And even if they just put a new actor as like young, Indiana Jones, they could keep making Indiana Jones films with the new actor.
Well, that's what I was thinking too. Because when Harrison Ford dies, they're gonna absolutely just make more with like a younger actor, and they've done that in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade with River Phoenix when they show him as a young Indiana
yeah.
Jones. Just do it again. Like I'd be fine with that.
Yeah.
And then obviously, Harrison Ford dies and they just fucking continue on with that actor with more Indiana Jones adventures. Like
What's the guy that plays what's the name of the actor that plays Winter Soldier? Forget it. Can't remember his name.
Sebastian Stan.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that everybody was thinking that he would be a perfect young Luke.
Yeah. I think they should do that. Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely should.
that one. Yeah, that one fits. And
Like-
and he could play, a darker Luke too, like one
Right.
that's like
Yeah.
more turmoil.
It's like come on, Hollywood. We all know we're watching a movie, okay? We all know we're watching
True,
people
yeah.
pretend to be people.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, exactly.
you're not blowing our mind. You're not faking us into thinking these events are actually happening with the people. Just put a new actor. Put a goddamn
Yeah.
new actor. We're just
Yeah.
gonna make that suspension of disbelief. Trust
Yeah.
us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know people like may complain about that back in the day, but it's just a common thing. Just accept it. Like it's just
But
gonna
yeah.
happen.
Yeah, I'm with you, Apollo. I just feel icky, just like, ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's I feel icky, especially when it's like they're dead,
Yes.
and then they're
Yeah.
It's just like it's just disturbing.
Like
It's just
like
way
Star
too
Wars
disturbing.
loves to do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's very disturbing. I don't like it. It just puts a poor taste in my mouth. Just
It's
Yeah, I mean,
almost
I did that with Grand Moff Tarkin and Rogue One, and it was like,
yes.
it was, even
That
though
was
those
so
scenes
odd.
were good, I couldn't think of anything else except for this guy's been
Mhm.
dead for like 30 years, and
Mhm.
I'm like watching a computer animation of him. This
Yeah.
feels weird. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's like you can totally see a producer looking over over some computer, guy like doing all the modeling, and the producer going like, "It's alive."
That's so
It's just such a Frankenstein thing to
right.
to
And
do.
then like there's an actual actor doing the mocap under it all, and they're just
right.
they're a body double, essentially. They're the uncredited body double.
Yeah.
You figured that we would, at some point somebody would realize that we've done that before, and it's probably not a good idea just because of the not getting their due credit that the person is doing. You know, how dare they? But nope. But nope. We're still doing
What's the
it.
dial of destiny? What's
I don't know what the artifact is. I'm not sure.
It's a like that what's his name? There was some sort of anchor stone thingy.
An anchor stone.
There's some device found in like that used to be used for navigation, and
Oh.
that apparently for the longest times people didn't really know what what it was supposed to be used for, and
Huh.
I feel like that's supposed to be based on that kind of stuff.
It says it's likely referring to the Greek myth of the Rota Fortuna, which is the Wheel of Fortune.
Mm.
Yeah.
Huh?
Fortune. And Harrison Ford spinning it, and Pat Sajak. Oh, what have you won today, Harrison? Vanna White turning the letters.
Oh man.
Wheel of
That's
Fortune.
funny.
It's a symbol of capricious nature of fate. The Wheel of Fortune belongs to the goddess of Fortuna, who spins at a random, changing the positions of those in the wheel. That's funny because the show eventually, took that name from the Greek myth, and now the only thing anyone ever thinks is the Wheel of Fortune, the show, and not the Greek myth.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
It kind of makes sense to make that distinguished name.
Yeah.
Not only for trademark purposes, but also it was called Indiana Jones and the Wheel of Fortune. People wouldn't take too well to
Of course. That's true.
Merv Griffin or Merv Griffin's company sues friggin' Lucas and Spielberg. That would end well.
Oh man. Okay. Man, we've been going at it for a while.
Oh,
Let's
I know,
see.
right? Kind of reminds me of I think it was the word Nimrod that was supposed to be some mythological figure that was supposed to be really smart, and that because people used it in the same context as well done Einstein. Now people only associate it with being an idiot, whereas Nimrod is supposed to be actually really smart.
Oh man. Interesting how like over time things change in meaning.
Yeah.
I
mean the exact opposite of what they used to.
Right. So Andor season 2, and then Rey, we kind of already tapped into that. Ahsoka, we tapped into that. Oh right. So I did I explain already? So I was like downloading. I'm downloading some free to use programs. I'm downloaded Blender, and then I'm downloaded the Unreal Engine, and want to mess around with the UEFN thing. So that's for future. I haven't messed with it yet. Unless the project files are associated with it. Fix now. Sure. So yeah, I'm gonna mess with that and see what's going on with that stuff, to see like what if we could do something fun with that. Real, yeah. And then I have I'm messing around with this free to use program called Krita, and I have I have this so there's like, how like Photoshop you know, you have to pay for all that shit. There's this free to use program that works a lot like Photoshop. But this one's more for photo editing, and it's called GIMP. Very weird naming.
I know, right?
So yeah, but yeah, you know, I got some free to use programs that I'm gonna start messing around with, and you know, mess around with UDFM and see what we can create. All right, but that's what I was doing earlier, and that's how I'm using Krita right now just for drawing purposes. Krita is pretty good when it comes to like, for so far from what I can tell, a lot of interesting paint tools that they have with different brushes. So it's cool for graphic stuff. And then I think there's another program that I forgot the name of it, but it's also used for animation. But yeah, so that's that. And then it's a real quick one. And then I just recently watched the show Beef. And yeah, I mean, I thought it was really interesting. Probably still have to think more about it, because it really, like the trailer, like the premise of it is the trailer is based on that shows the two characters, Steven Yeun and Ali was it Ali Wong, right?
Ali Wong? Yeah.
Yeah, Ali Wong. They get into a fight, and it's like a typical kind of road rage explosion, but it has to like, it's like connected to their personal life, that they're just kind of have all this pent up anger that's boiling up, and their explosion gets to an unprecedented, like, absurd levels, and it's like as if they took George Costanza's character and then like pit them against each other, and they're just so pissed off that they just can't let it go. Like, and it's just absurd levels of just like it
That's
all
a funny
started.
premise.
Yeah, it started with only that he's backing out from his car. He doesn't see her car. She happens to be passing by, almost gets hit by his car, but she beeps, right? And then as she drives away, she flicks him off. And so now it's a car chase, and then they're running over shit, and then now they have only their license plate numbers. And so now, based on that, they're finding out who they are, what they do, you know, and they keep just, you know, keeps on piling up. You know, they keep on doing revenge. And it's just a revenge story that I think really demonstrates, you know how like revenge movies are like, they're kind of bad more or less because it kind of goes against kind of like sometimes their philosophy of like, oh, revenge is bad and stuff like that. But everything in the movie is like, it's just too satisfying to watch them get their revenge, you know? So it kind of counters their message.
Like the audience is rooting for the revenge.
Yes,
because it's
exactly.
so fun to watch. Yeah.
Right, exactly. And then it kind of builds this also thing where now there's movies that are not satisfying because the revenge gets kind of, you know, undercut by the overall message, oh, revenge bad. But nobody wants to watch that because it's not entertaining anymore. And, you know, where's that balance? Like, how can you have the message and, you know, still have it rung true? Like, okay, how about this? I'll give you an example.
Because it can work, because most war movies are anti-war. Like, there's no, you know, war movie that goes like, war, hell yeah, it's fun for all the whole family, kids.
Right. I mean, you know, if you put Michael Bay in it, it's gonna be fun, right?
True. Yeah.
It's gonna be fun as in, it just, like, who cares about the story? You know, it's just action-packed, right? But I'm just saying, like, you know, Kill Bill, I wouldn't say that movie is, like, morally, it's like, okay, it doesn't really ring true to the whole, like everything that happens in it, I'm all like, woo, revenge! And even in the end, when she's crying, and I'm like, Well, but still, woo, revenge, because like there's no other.
No, but she's.
You know what I mean? Like,
She cries at the end because she's crying of happiness, and also, there's.
okay, yeah.
It's
Maybe.
kind
Laughing,
of like,
laughing at the
I
same
guess
time.
so.
yeah, she's
I
laughing
guess
and
so.
crying at the same time. Like she's both, crying because
She lost her one person that like saw her, and I understand that
Right,
concept.
But I
right?
mean, even in that, it is what you're saying, Sean. Because even in the
It's
movie,
kinda
like
hard.
Bud is, like, even in the movie, Bud is like,
Yeah.
we
He's still a
all
bad guy.
deserve to die, but like she also deserves to die because she's
Right.
done a lot of horrible shit too.
Right,
Like,
right.
kill-
Like, they're
lady
all
and guy.
assassins, right? Like it's
I know. Yeah.
murky.
Right. And like it's just you can't in the story you can't truly show like like maybe you could, but I think honestly in this series, to me it does the best case of why revenge is bad, and I think this one does a good job because the trailer only the trailer does a good job here where it is luring you in with the absurdity of the situation, and I just want to see these two people go at it and who wins, right? But then it somehow manages to turn into just like, oh no, it's not just them. Like I pinpointed there. It's saying, oh, it's not the beef, but just between them two. It's literally every human being has beef against the other person, right? Like there's like this underlying like anger that builds up that the two aren't communicating, and they just take things too seriously to a level that like for some of those people they take it too far, and it just like encompasses their entire personality, and you get to see that in more than just Steven's and Allie's character, who are the tip of the iceberg when it comes to it, but everybody else surrounding it that also has either beef with each other or with them. You realize, oh wow, there's a lot of conflict here. Like there's a lot of emotional unresolved conflict, and it does a really good job of making the two characters both somebody you don't want to be around with, but at the same time understand why they are the way they are, and then at the same time know that they're a bad guy, but they themselves know that they're a bad guy, which also gives them a redeeming quality because they recognize how bad they are. It's really complex for each character. Like those two characters especially, because all the other characters, they're not too innocent either, but they won't admit their wrongdoings in their relationships either. But really, like, the two main characters are the worst. Like, they're definitely the worst people amongst all of them. And they also know it. They don't necessarily own it, but they're paying their dues, especially, like, as the series goes, right? Like, and it's just fucking hilarious, the things that happens. And it's a good, like... for me, it was satisfying because, like, the explosive nature of it near the last couple episodes was just like fuck. Like, man, this is bad. And then there's, like, some characters that are really bad that don't admit that they're bad people, right? So then they're different than the two main characters. At least the two main characters, you're either afraid of who they are because they just know that they're bad, or they're trying their best to balance themselves with other people. So it's really interesting.
So
And
would you say it's the theme isn't really revenge so much as knowing your capacity?
Maybe it really is the title, beef, right? Like the beef that you have between people, and then like how it festers, and then how you react to the situation for selfish reasons. And it's just like combination of narcissism and like but at the same time like excusing your narcissism for something that's trying to balance yourself with because you can't deal with it. Like you can't deal with your own issues that you have. Like there's an ego, like, and it just comes down to like the beginning of the like the whole series too. Like they could have easily just say
Accountability
fuck.
is for other people, you see.
Yeah, I mean, like it's just like her flicking, like, you know, him driving backwards without looking, sure, and then the person beeping is like annoying, great, but he could have easily just let that go. He's like, I'm the one that did wrong by not looking behind myself as I was going out of a parking space. And then at the same time, there's even a moment where the other character, she could have just beeped him and left. But there was a moment right before she flicked him off where she could have let it go. But she didn't. She flicked him off. And there was like these moments of like, you could have let it go, but you didn't. And it was all because of your own ego that you couldn't let go. And, you know, ego is okay in the sense of like, to keep your self-esteem and stuff like that. But because they feel so, like they've been struggling all their lives, right? That there was a missing piece, and they're always chasing after the missing piece. And that ego is just like, you know, I have to fight, right? Like the fight for whatever reason. It's like my personality. Like that's me. To have to fight against other people, or, you know, keep my reputation or some shit like that. And it's really interesting because you really see like all that machination through all their actions and how it affects everybody else, and how it piles up and it affects their closest loved ones, and it just reflects back onto them. It's a good, I would say this is like a good revenge series in a sense of like really showing the effects of revenge and how it's bad. Not like Monte Cristo satisfying, you know, I killed the guy, or Kill Bill, I killed the guy, or what's that other one? The Citizen? What's it called?
Every other
Law-abiding
Tarantino,
citizen.
Yeah,
every other
Law-Abiding
Tarantino
Citizen.
movie.
Yeah, every Tarantino movie. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Where all of that was just like, all those is just kind of like this dark satisfaction that you get from watching it. Whereas in this one, it's showing that a normal person with beef can take it too far. Or with like anger, right? And revenge in the mind.
You know, one old movie that, oh my god, it is actually pretty old. It's like 30 years old. Movie that actually shows how the futility of revenge. Memento.
Oh, yeah.
For those who haven't, you know, spoiler alert, he already
that's a
killed
spoiler,
the guy.
isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a big spoiler.
I mean, it's 23
It's been-
years
it's-
old.
yeah, it's pretty old.
exactly. So,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know.
So it's
No,
okay to
there's-
say, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Turns out he had already killed the guy who killed his wife all long ago.
Right.
Yeah.
That's I mean, I guess so, yeah. But I mean, okay.
But even
Yes,
there,
but there's a
like,
bigger
is it-
difference.
You're
There's a
still
bigger
not
difference.
gonna know he was wrong to do it necessarily. Like, I don't know. Like, I can still understand. Like, there's still some amount of like I understand why he did it, and I'm kind of with him in that movie. I'm not like, you know, the guy he killed was like, he had a family and he was a good person. It was like, no, like he was a piece of shit, and like, you know, he deserved it. I don't know. Like, I can still root for revenge.
Root for the
in
revenge,
that
right.
movie.
Right.
Right.
I think what I'm getting at with beef is that the revenge never gets the revenge it is satisfying because when they one up each other, but it's dissatisfying in the right kind of way because they lose. I mean, it's I guess it's spoiler. They basically lose everything. You actually see what this revenge has done to their family, and it's like, was it worth it? And it's like, no, of course not. It was worth it. It's definitely
So
not.
it's like is it like a Last of Us 2 situation? Where you go through the cycle of revenge and then you realize like it's just destroyed everything and it wasn't
Yes.
worth it in the first place?
I would say yes, in the sense that it was never worth it in the first place, and that it was, yes, I would just say yeah. It's just like that. I think I might even say that this one does it better because, well, unfortunately, there's no stakes to.
Right.
There's no setup for the one character being better than the other. Does that make sense? Like they've
Yeah.
already started at an even playing field because you don't know any of them prior to when the series starts. Whereas in Last of Us, you already knew one of the characters for such a long time, so it's kind of uneven, right? And then
Yeah.
you have now to spend the entire game trying to, have some sort of understanding of one
You're
of the
earning
characters.
the empathy for the
Exactly.
other character, right?
Right. Whereas in this one, it's you earning. Yes, I'll take it the way you say it. Is that earning the empathy for both at the same time, and then
Right.
you've come to some realization that they also know what they've done is wrong, and yet even with all that, they still somehow clash again. Even if they're admitting it, like you think they would learn their lesson, but they just fall back into the trap, and it's really down to their own narcissism. They just can't let go for whatever fucking reason. And then near the end is I think really good. Like the last 2 episodes is really good because all the fucking chips fall and it's just like fucking pure chaos. And then the very very last episode is like damn, like these people that are seeing each other as enemies actually have more in common than you think, and you already saw that prior to it. So then at the end of the episode they finally squash their beef, I guess you could say, but in a very satisfying way. Not like other revenge stories was like, oh, this was not satisfying because the revenge got undercut by all the them being solving it all neat and not tidy. No, it's not neat and tidy. Anything that they solved in terms of between themselves, they've already done so much damage to their family that they can't go back on. Like no fucking way, just like impossible. So if they decide to make another season, I'm all for seeing like the stuff after, sure, but I actually might be okay with just leaving it this way, because the mystery of what happened to their family members kind of makes me like just not want to see it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's interesting. Yeah, I like that.
You know
We'll
what's
see how
really
that goes.
sneaky? You know what's
That's
really
cool.
sneaky?
I'll check that out.
You know what's really sneaky about Netflix? I
Yeah.
was just looking, through it. It's like, oh, it's the guy from, it's Glenn from, from The Walking Dead.
Walking
I was
Dead,
looking
yeah.
at, I was just looking at the thumbnail for The Thing that that they have on Netflix. It's like, no, it's they put a filter of it, making it look like it's the old thing, like the 1980s one. It's like, no, it's the 2000 ones.
Oh,
It's the bad
Wait,
one.
what? Oh,
Right.
oh, I see.
Right.
Nice.
why did they call it The Thing again? Like when it's
Right.
like, 'cause they made it out like it was gonna be a remake, but it's really a prequel.
Couldn't
Why
they?
did-
Couldn't they?
Right.
Why couldn't they title it called the same thing?
The Thing before.
The thing before. Oh man, that would be hilarious if they just fuck around with the wording around. Oh my god.
They did the exact same thing in that movie too that they did in the first one. It was like all the same. It was and, like it sucked, man. It was so-
It's just
That's great. You said it even. Same
yeah, it's
thing.
unavoidable.
It really is the same thing.
Oh. the same. So it's really just it's supposed to be the story of the camp that gets destroyed before the one.
Yeah, like it's the one that McCready and the doctor go to, and they see like it's like burned down, and like one of the dudes like slit his throat, and you see where like the ice has been carved out
That's
where it
so
came
funny.
out. Yeah,
It's so
so
funny that it's
dumb.
like the same pacing too.
same formula, same like this is what we do. Like it mimics people, but it can't mimic organic armor or organic stuff. So inorganic stuff. So it's like, okay, let's do the blood test, and it's like it's exactly the same. Like it sucks.
That's so dumb.
It's so bad. Like it's like they didn't think about it at all.
That's
I
too
guess
bad
they-
too. Like they had what's her name? What's that actress? I liked her.
Mary
as her
Elizabeth
mom.
Winstead, yeah.
Yeah.
She's plays Hera now in Star Wars. The Twi'lek,
Oh.
like
Yeah, I was gonna say.
from Rebels, yeah.
And she's gonna be in Oh yeah, I guess she's gonna be in that one show, Ahsoka Tano. As
Yeah.
well? Yeah, yeah. Probably playing that character as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I like that actress. I like her as Ramona Flowers.
Yeah.
Ramona. Oh, speaking of which, animated.
Yes,
Did we talk about that?
Crossbow girl.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
Visions.
we did, basically talked about all it was just dropping names but no footage.
Oh, okay,
Right.
okay.
For
It's pretty nice that they're getting the cast
Scott
from the
Pilgrim.
movie back, and
Yeah.
we have clear rights attached to the project. So it's like, I guess that's like the happy ending thing of a production where a lot of people come back after so many years.
Is it gonna be just redoing the movie or the series or whatever? Or I mean,
think
basically, it's not a
gonna
continuation.
try to adapt the comic, but that's just a guess.
Okay.
'Cause
I see. I see.
The movie leaves out so much stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense that they left out a lot. In fact, actually, wasn't it like didn't it end differently
It did.
in the graphic novel?
There's some productions that do that where they end differently than the original comic would.
All right.
Like Akame ga Kill had a way different ending for its characters, and I think it's a light novel, or maybe it was just a manga, but the anime kills off different characters than the manga.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
So,
I know that.
Adaptations that change those things up. It's a tale as old as time.
Yeah, I remember the drummer. The drummer's character was supposed to be like the lover.
She was a robot in the
Yeah, she was like
in the comic.
cybernetic or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then she was the actual lover that the ex, that Scott Pilgrim's ex actually was dating, and then the base guy was just I don't know why he was fighting, but yeah, sure, he was fighting for some reason. Like he was the villain, or wait, no, it's because he was the ex to Ramona, right? Okay, so he was like, yeah. So in the comic, he was never, he was the ex, but he was not currently dating, Scott Pilgrim's ex.
Yeah,
Just
Envy Adams.
happened- Right, and he just happened to be the base cyst. I guess the joke was he turned her gay. I don't know. I don't know. Is that the joke? Nah, I don't know. I think
I don't remember.
I don't remember if it's like actually like that, but yeah, he basically got left for a robo lady. I guess he had to fight her for a second. I don't know. Maybe for a minute. One of those things. Sure, why not? Anyways, hell yeah. Is there that's everything, right? I would say that's pretty much.
Did we ever
Visions?
talk about?
What
I was
else?
gonna say actually before getting to Visions. Did we ever talk about how the PlayStation VR2 is pretty much bombing?
Oh,
I
no.
mean, I called it as well as many other people. Like the writing was on the wall. The first one, I mean, it sold like 5 million, which they said was what they wanted, but no one really bought that. And then, it seems like they started VR2, like the development of that, like, sort of in the middle of the pandemic. And by the time, it was like obvious, it was probably not the best time for it. It was like, well, I mean, we've already spent like hundreds of millions of dollars. We got to just get this thing out. So,
Right.
it's not really surprising at all. It sucks, but like, yeah, I mean, the market is so different than when PSVR first came out, like the first one, where it was like, okay, this is the affordable VR one, but there's better ones, but they're more expensive. Now it's not like that. Now there's like affordable ones, and like the competition is much more fierce. And yeah, I don't know.
Well, I mean, to their credit, like the technology is still pretty much on par, with some of the best at an affordable rate as far as technology goes for the PlayStation VR. Like a lot of people like Digital Foundry and other people who are like more into the VR, that know more about the technology, they're like, oh, this is actually a really good replacement for something like, you know, the HTC Vive and the more expensive ones from Valve at a more affordable rate.
Well, it's not. I mean, yes, but you have to understand, like, it's the fact that, like, you're buying a PS5 though too,
Yeah,
right? Like, you're buying that with the PS5. So, like, if you have the PS5, like, it's still more expensive than the system itself. So if you already have a PC, like, it's kind of a better deal to buy one of the other VR systems rather than, like, oh, you have a PS5, you want to spend, like, more money to, like, like, more money than the system is to get a PS5, and that's assuming you even have one, right? Like, they've said that the availability of the system is up and that the shortage is done. We still don't necessarily know that that's true. And certainly when PSVR 2 was announced and the pre-orders went live, like, a lot of people who wanted a PS5 didn't have one. So it's like it's sort of the cart before the horse, where it's like, hey, you want this VR unit? You got to buy the PS5, which is not available, or like, it's just like it's sort of like it was sort of just a bad idea, but they're too far in at that point. So it's just yeah. I mean, and again, like it didn't. Unfortunately, the thing about VR is that everybody wants a killer app, but there's not necessarily going to be a killer app for VR. They're pocket experiences. They're not like 20-hour games. And the ones that are like ported, like Resident Evil 7 and Village, like, no, the funny thing is when people get that, they're like, I don't really want a 20-hour game, like, in VR. Like, it's kind of too much. So I don't know. There's so many things against them that, like, it's sort of hard to make it succeed. And then you have the whole backwards compatibility problem, where it's like most of their games aren't backwards compatible with the first PSVR,
right.
Which is like, well, what the fuck are you doing there? Like, I get the the technical, there's a chasm there, but right. Like, like, it's a hard sell to have everybody be like, well, you also have to rebuy pretty much your whole library. It's like,
right. I think that's one of the biggest things that kind of ended up dooming the fact that there's just, first of all, there's no killer app, and there's no no one's going to buy upwards of it's going to spend like upwards of like $1,000 for a single game, let alone the fact that there's not enough library to justify your investment.
Yeah. That is definitely a hard sell.
Yeah, and Sony has no incentive to make it available for PC, even though the entire PC community is like begging them to do so.
Yeah.
Because they want their they're probably selling the they're probably selling the PSVR 2 at cost, and hoping that they're going to make it up in the in the software program. So
yeah,
they make no money out of like selling it to making it available for PC.
That's wild. Damn.
Yeah. Which sucks. I wanted to get one, but at the same time, it's like, I'm not gonna invest money in something where, you'll only have like 2 or 3 apps that are, worth your time at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And then, really short experience. I think that's also another thing. Like, some people are gonna get some major vertigo. Like,
I mean, you get used to that stuff. Like, I mean, I got used to it in the
some people do. But that's also the thing, though. You can't know how like,
everybody's
bad or good it's going to be until you actually try it.
Right.
It's like such
like,
a.
how many hours? Were
you can't just put like a demo out of like PSVR, like of the next PSVR unit. It's like, you have to experience it first, which means you have to go to a friend's house and use it, or more likely, you just have to buy it and see if it's okay. It's like,
right.
It's a tough sell.
Yeah.
God, it's like the Matrix. Nobody can be shown what the Matrix is.
Yeah.
You have to experience it yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, what about, like, for instance, our friend Rod, like, he can't play FPS games, right? I imagine what a VR experience would be like for him. He'd be like all the time,
Right.
and he would only play like a game like that is just as jarring like an FPS game if he was playing something like Resident Evil. But that's like, you know, how many games are out there that's like Resident Evil that he'll like actually willingly, you know, go through the headache of trying to play to actually go through the experience. I don't, you know, there's not a lot of games out there that would convince him in that same sense to do it. Like that's a lot of convincing.
Yeah.
To make that happen. It's unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
So it's bombing, right? So like it's the
Oh yeah, they
It's dead on
expected.
arrival. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's-
they
dead on
expected
arrival.
to at least get 2 million units, you know, being sold. They
That's,
got somewhere around 270,000.
that's so optimistic.
Ooh.
2 million? You sold 5 million in your whole life cycle of the last one. Like, and
Yee.
like,
They didn't even make. They didn't even make.
Damn.
They made a little. No, they didn't even make 15% of
Yeah.
what they expected.
Oh damn. Yeesh.
Sucks.
Damn.
well, if you want one, Carlos, I'm sure they'll be discounted real soon.
I was gonna say, you know, at least I'm probably gonna find one in sale.
Yep.
Oh man. And you, I mean, wait, Carlos, you used those before, but like, how much time like were you playing it like in it? You know,
I
like,
used
and what were you doing?
I was playing. Well, I let me say that I don't regret that, you know, the fact that I, you know, that I bought, you know, some of those games, but honestly I just never ended up, you know, playing all the way through. I bought the PSVR version of Doom, which worked really well, and it was interesting to see like the scale of the monsters, as you know, the towering monsters that you typically, you know, just you see from far away, you know, just like towering above you, like you know,
Yeah.
it's cool to see the scale. I bought Skyrim for VR, and that was fun to mess around. But again, Skyrim is a game I've never played, and that I was interesting to begin, you know, to play, you know, back in the day. So playing it again was fun in the VR space, but it's also a game that I just never kept playing.
Right.
Alright, it's just it's the type of game. It's not the VR that was the
yeah, because I
the thing
played.
that stopped you, I guess.
Yeah, because I did play through the entirety of Resident Evil 7 on VR, and that was a pretty good experience.
Nice.
I never really felt like the I honestly just never really felt the vertigo. I'm probably just wired to, you know, to
Yeah, it's just probably
To not get-
yeah. There's I met you know, like I play a lot of FPS games and I don't get the same amount of or any vertigo that other people has, you know, told me about or experienced. So,
right.
you know,
And I mean, when it comes to Resident Evil 7, like that game was made with PSVR in mind to begin with.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it worked in their advantage.
okay.
So yeah, I probably would have played through the entirety of what's that game? Super Hot, and that was really cool. That was
nice.
actually because you actually get into the space of where you actually have to use your entire body to like dodge certain things. You know, you actually do more of like your body dodging than you actually do with the controller. It's actually, I played it on my Switch and it's a completely different experience, and it really makes you feel like that whole Matrix feel of like, oh, I have to like, you know, stretch backwards to like, you know, to dodge that bullet.
Right.
That sounds fun. I always wanted to play Half-Life Alyx. I mean, I know you can't use it. That you were playing, you weren't using that. You were using something else, right?
Right.
Yeah. That game looked really fun to play. Just because like all the things you could do with just like you have full control of like the fingers and stuff like that, and you're like loading. You can load in each bullet or something like that, or something like that. Like more detail to it, and I'm like, man, that seems really fun. So there's definitely, you know, the experience part seems great.
Yeah.
But I definitely don't want to spend that much money. I just
No, yeah.
They need to have some games to get me in.
Actually, you know what? I'm lying. There is one experience that actually did make me feel dizzy, and that's because I was trying to justify my purchase of the PlayStation VR, and I ended up buying the Borderlands version of
Oh, okay.
VR.
Huh.
And that made you like nauseous?
That eventually just, it was a yes, and I think that it was, on retrospective, a combination of the fact that, the frame rate just wasn't, hitting the
Oh,
high specs that he needed, and
I
it was also
see.
every to
So maybe
like
it's
the
choppy enough to tell, and
yeah,
then
exactly, and there were
it's
too many things that were
contributing.
just way too blurry.
I see.
Mm.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. That
Yeah,
makes sense that something like that would make you be like, bleh.
yeah. I mean that game tends to be more fast paced than something like Resident Evil with
Right.
it's also with with bigger landscapes. So there is moments where like there's just too much of a dissonance between between your senses to keep it to
Mm.
not make it a sickening experience.
Plus, also, there's like a
Yeah.
lot of colors flying around too, right? But
Mm-hmm.
it's like just special effects throw up happening everywhere.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well then,
So, yeah, it's up to now.
no VR chat, huh?
No.
I,
No,
saw, I seriously see only that. Like, it's like, to me, like, based on like whatever pops up on like YouTube or something, it's always like VR chat is what people are using it for, and I'm
Yeah.
like, is that like,
Right.
Oh
is
man,
there,
like
is that the
that's so
pinnacle?
awesome because like imagine being in a VR chat and you're some kind of cartoon character and you're just
Right.
saying a lot of crazy
Yeah.
stupid shit.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would couldn't come across. I'm all like, is this the, you know, why people buy this?
Mm.
I mean, yeah, a lot of people. Yeah, that was the reason. A lot of people were buying that. Yeah.
We
So,
did have fiction that was pretty much predicted VR chat, right? Like
Mhm.
Dot Hack,
yeah.
that was about
Yeah.
MMORPGs. People were self-inserting as avatars that weren't necessarily who they actually were, but who they wanted to be.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, there's like even a whole market of like you can sell your own 3D models and stuff like that, and
Oh yeah, yeah. Commissioning 3D artists in Blender to make your VR chat avatar, and then they'll custom make it for you for
right.
hefty, not necessarily a hefty sum, but a couple of $100 is still not small change to normal people like us. So
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, not everybody knows how to go through the trouble of making those models, and
Right.
then I think
yes,
the rigging part is the part that I'm like, oh god, that's just like a headache.
and I
its
bet
own its own little headache, own little world.
set up those vertex groups and those armatures.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Armature part probably is the easiest part. It's the setting up which vertex groups. I think that's going to be the real headache.
Mm.
Right.
But yeah, it's definitely the point that there's too much investment into just having a chat with a person that just it's just kind of prohibitively expensive for most people.
Right. Yeah. I
Yeah.
think you already have to have like money to burn, and you're not like I'm a gamer kind of thing or whatever.
Yeah.
Or maybe you're like a person that's like on what I'm doing right now is streaming.
Right.
Like those streamers that are like on those VR chats or something like that. That's their way of communicating with people.
Mm.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just
I mean,
You're
we
saying
could just
this-
set up a Zoom meeting.
so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not too scared of having my face on the screen. I can understand how there's people that want to like hide behind an avatar and stuff like that, so that makes sense.
Right.
That's
Speak
kind of
for
fun.
yourself. I want a VR chat. Like I want all sorts of VR chat avatars. Like I want to have one called Simple Simon, and I'm like Simon from Alvin the Chipmunks. I'll always have that voice.
And then you just go
they're
around and you're
making me
talking in that
fake
voice.
and Stupid off the wall shit.
Yeah, yeah. That is a fun thing to do from what I've seen on those on the VR chat.
Yeah.
It's like you get to live out that fantasy for a second of like playing a character that wouldn't normally do the things that you're doing.
Fuck yeah.
Hell, I would love to, to be able to make an avatar with my Destiny gear on.
No, what you're like gonna like play the game and then you just go around and it's like check out this gear. Oh,
Can you imagine Destiny in VR?
That's a hard. No, I can't. What would they
No, that's what I'm saying.
like?
Like it's
I
too
can't
fast
imagine
paced for that.
Yeah, that's just like what everything's going lightning speed, dude.
Yeah.
Can't imagine it. Okay, cool. Is there any? Is that it? Did we go over everything other than okay? So VR.
Most of the stuff.
You mentioned
Suppose I
visions.
can have some closing thoughts on
Oh
what
yeah.
I think about the Mario movie. I can't wait for 2. I hope I don't have to wait 6 years to see 2 because 2017 was when it was first announced. Like, if they have a way to streamline the process, great. Because I wonder, like, if there's any character who I want to see in the second film, and I only have to pick one, I'm gonna I'm gonna have to say try to work Daisy into it because like Luigi he needs more action and it would be interesting to see a movie where he's not in a cage for 50
Right.
minutes. So yeah.
So Daisy, isn't it?
No, I like
Oh.
to see Daisy for the second one, but
Okay.
everybody has ideas of what they want. Some people want Wario, which kind of makes sense. I get it, but I think like Daisy would be a fine character to introduce into the next one.
Nice.
You guys once mentioned that you could totally see The Legend of Zelda being an animation, in the same vein as the Mario movie has been an animation, and I dismissed that idea. The whole.
You wanted live action. Yeah.
So yeah,
Right.
exactly. So I would like to formally apologize to you all because
What?
if the
No, stick to
if
your
the,
guns,
no,
God damn it.
no,
No, I'm
because
kidding.
because
kidding.
think about it.
Go, go, go.
If that opens up the possibility of a Smash Brothers movie, I would gladly like to see it in in 3D then and CG.
Oh.
Well, you don't want to. You don't want
Ulterior
live action
motives.
Smash Bros. Come on.
Come on, I want the Smash Brothers movie. Go.
Yeah. You don't want you don't want like a realistic looking Link fighting an unrealistic looking Link or something?
I don't think I want a realistic looking Kirby.
Zelda's
Yeah.
a multifaceted series, so there's always going to be multiple incarnations of Link.
This is
So
true.
it's not
True.
like one's going to be the definitive one. There's always going to be more. So
Right.
who's to say?
And then who's to say that you can't have Smash Brothers with realistic live action next to animated?
Yeah, just get like a giant ball of cotton candy and superimpose like some eyes and a mouth on. There you go. Kirby is done. I just made Kirby for $5. There you go.
Let me see.
Oh
bet-
man. This is disturbing. What
You
about
really
Mr.
wanna-
Game? What about
That is
Mr.
some
Game and Watch
Tim
though?
and Eric level shit right there.
I mean, wouldn't Mr. Game and Watch would be a terribly racist thing to do?
Ugh.
Not necessarily. He'd just be like an ink blot, like the what you call it, the Phantom Blot from Disney Comics.
Okay, yeah, we could,
He's
yeah.
got a dog face underneath.
Like,
the
just
thing
don't
that
make him
really
too
made
realistic. No, just kidding.
I mean, what can you? I mean, we've all
He's
seen
just
those.
too
him.
odd.
Spider Ham.
Spider Ham.
We've all seen those artists who do quote unquote realistic interpretations of of Nintendo
Oh,
games and,
Yeah.
Yeah, you've
and the
seen those
nightmare
like
creatures they come
yeah,
up.
the very
Yeah.
disturbing ones. The what was it called? The an uncanny
Uncanny
Valley. Yeah.
I mean, then we would have to go back to the original design of Sonic the Hedgehog. And does anybody really want that?
No.
I mean, it'd be funny.
Yeah,
I always wanted the movie just to keep it so he just looked like a freak the whole time, and I could, then maybe I would have seen it, but no.
Oh man, that's
Like I know Yuji Naka, although he's in prison and stuff. I remember him going on record as saying he wanted to see the Paramount cut with the realistic Sonic.
Yeah, just do like a different uncut version or something like that or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? That would be hilarious.
Right.
Like release Uncanny New Valley Sonic cut.
Yeah. Oh man, that's be super freaky, super freaky.
Right.
God. Well, all right. I mean, okay. That's everything, right? That's everything.
Pretty much.
much.
Man.
Yeah. All right, Thoyin. I will.
Guess we're gonna leave our audience, thinking of the nightmarish creatures that would be realistic Nintendo characters.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Imagine that. Imagine if they did another live action of
Sweet
Mario.
dreams, everyone.
yeah, just like
Yeah.
absurdly hyper realistic Mario characters.
Yeah, like the
It's-
hyper realistic Goombas.
Yeah, CGI them. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, also, did you hear that? Was it Anya Taylor-Joy like cosplayed as Peach
Yeah.
during the
Mm.
He cosplayed in the biker outfit. I mean, it's like it's still cosplaying, but it's just like okay, whatever.
You know who we
You
need?
wanna
True.
You know who
do
we need in the
badass
sequel?
version.
You know who we need in the sequel? Rosalina.
Mm.
Oh, Rosalina. That one with the star, right? Isn't
Yeah,
that,
from Mario Galaxy.
Yeah.
And they laid out the breadcrumbs for that, so
Oh, nice.
Alright,
possible.
alright. It could happen. It's doable. It's doable. Do you think they'll try and do a spin-off with Luigi? It's just like straight up him in the mansion.
Mario's missing.
Yeah. Mario's missing
I
and he's
think
he's out
that
there.
we could see a Luigi's Mansion, or we could see like something that they got to work in Charlie Day because he was great as Luigi.
Right.
It's not
And,
surprising.
I just want to see
Yeah.
more projects with him.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see what you're getting at. We didn't get enough of him. We need more. Excellent.
Now I want more.
I want more. Gosh. Gee, golly. Alright, anyways, so yeah, guys, I will see y'all next time.
Of
We will
course.
chat about hopefully some good news pops up in the next week.
Yeah.
But yeah. Bing bing bang. Alright guys. I'll see y'all next time. Have a
Alright.
good
Yep.
night. Bye bye.
All right, guys. Yeah.
Bye.
See you, everyone.
Have a good night. See you guys later. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye. Bye 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 bye.